you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
They're chasing rings in the NFL this weekend, AFC, NFC Championship. Don't you go chasing a ring when you're looking for the diamond. Make sure you get it from Bromberg's.
Yeah, Bromberg's, they are your diamond specialist. Again, Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. A couple of great locations. There's one in Mountain Brook. There's one at the Summit. And Bromberg's is thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris founded back in the Swiss town of Holstein in 1984. Today, Oris, one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. Mechanical watch is a thing of beauty designed according to the principles that have been around for generations and will continue long into the future. An Oris watch is an item built to last and provide a lifetime of enjoyment. To view them, go online, brombergs.com/watches/Oris, or just stop by the Summit location. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you.
Our friends at Bromberg's there, we appreciate them so much. Nick Sirianni on quarterback Jalen Hurts going into the home game for the championship against the 49ers.
With Jalen Hurts going into this game, 24 years old, an NFC Championship game, that will be a lot for most young players, but it doesn't seem that way for him. Where's your confidence level in his ability and his poise in this moment?
Yeah, no man suddenly becomes different than his cherished thoughts and habits, and that's something that's a line Frank Reich used to always say to me, that Jalen, just because the moment's big doesn't mean, what he means by that is just because the moment's big doesn't mean he's going to all of a sudden change who he's been for the past 3 years that he's been in Philadelphia, right? That's obviously a really important trait to have as your leader, as your quarterback, somebody that doesn't ride the waves of the season, doesn't ride the waves of a game. He stays steady and is truly in the moment of the next play.
And I've heard Sirianni say this about Jalen before. He does seem to have become a calming influence now that he's gotten older in that locker room and in that franchise for the entire team.
I've never seen the guy flustered. I mean, you go back to when
you go to Alabama Clemson in Tampa when they had nothing working and he had to go out there and make that drive to put them ahead. They end up losing, but he drove it down the field and put them in the lead.
Well, I was going to bring up who was the kid that started against USC?
Blake Barnett.
And he comes in for Blake Barnett, and you could see immediately this is the better quarterback.
Even when he fumbled, he bounced back.
A true freshman was able to do that. He's played in much bigger crowds than he will play in. And by the way, he's playing in front of fan-friendly Philadelphia.
Is it really?
Well, if it's going well,
they love him right now.
It's going well.
There's not going to be a moment too big for this kid. For Brock Purdy on the other side, that does scare me if you're a San Francisco 49er fan.
More overrated food than the Philly cheesesteak?
I don't like it. I don't like the texture of it.
I'm not a fan. I don't like all
either.
the peppers and onions either.
But I like the peppers and onions. I got the Philly chicken cheesesteak last Saturday.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Yeah.
A lot of mayonnaise on it with the peppers.
Maybe if I ever have a real one in Philadelphia, I'll feel differently about a cheesesteak, but I've never been a big fan.
The only time I went to Philadelphia, I forgot to get one until we were at the airport, and I got a shitty cheesesteak at the airport.
Is that what the sign said? That's
what it said.
$8.95.
That's our show today. We're back with you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
More NFL football as we get ready for Championship Sunday coming up a little bit later on the show. Chris Lowe will join us at 10 o'clock, starting hour number 2, 10 a.m. Central Time, to talk a little bit about Alabama's searches for their offensive and defensive coordinator. UAB's at home tonight in basketball, 8 o'clock down at Bartow in the Mike Slive Foundation tournament as they bring awareness to the Mike Slive Foundation and his battle with cancer back in the day. We'll get to all that and more coming up, but we start with basketball last night. One scare and one upset. We'll start with the scare, the number 2 team in the country, Alabama, battling Mississippi State 66-63. Concerned or not concerned after seeing Alabama pull that one out last night? As you get ready down the stretch. We've been waiting for this team to be challenged, for them not to peak too early, and it seemed like just what the doctor ordered last night.
Yeah, I think you're right. I was completely wrong. I thought they would come out, they wouldn't be flat. I thought they would dominate this Mississippi State team that is trending in the wrong direction. But I think it's good to have one of these games that comes down to a final minute where your defense has got to show up. And you got to make a play defensively to stop Mississippi State. I mean, you're down 11 in this game. Alabama's bench played extremely well. They weren't shooting the ball. They couldn't hit a perimeter shot last night, but they still found a way to grind it out and win.
Yeah, 5 of 28 from beyond the arc is not what you want if you're anyone, much less the way Alabama plays. And this has kind of been a little trend for Alabama, struggling a little bit from beyond the arc. And that's going to eventually, could eventually catch up with you. I was just looking back, they hit 10 against Missouri. They had 5 last night. They only hit 8 at Vanderbilt. I mean, they've got to shoot better from beyond the arc. This is, since that LSU game, it's been a little bit of a downward trend.
But this is one of those things. Normally, they're going to hit 5 or 6 more of those threes.
Yeah.
And when they do, their average margin of victory in the SEC was 21. They win this game by 20.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
A couple of things jumped out to me that I'll get to, but here's Nate after the contest talking about how a 66-63 win over Mississippi State for the 8-0 SEC Alabama leading Crimson Tide maybe wasn't a bad thing.
They improved more than we improved from the first time we played them. I didn't think we did a great job getting our guys ready to go. We didn't do a good job attacking them. We didn't start the game like we needed to, but I give our guys a lot of credit in the second half. They found a way to get a win in a tight game. We haven't had very many tight games, so it's not the worst that we had to figure out how to win a close game, especially when you're down. I told our guys 2 years ago when we won the SEC championship, in the tournament, in the semifinal, we're down 15 to Tennessee. You got to figure out how to win games that aren't going your way.
It's so funny how you forget, right, when things are going good. Because you go back and you look at the schedule, wins over Houston, Memphis, and North Carolina. Combine those 3 wins by a total of 11 points. It's not like last night was the first time this Alabama team had won a close game. Now, this is the first time they had to win a close game against an inferior opponent. But Houston, Memphis, and North Carolina, combine those 3 games all by just 11 points total.
Yeah, look, I mean, most of these games are going to be close when you're playing, like opponents. But I think Alabama fans got lulled into first 7 games of the conference schedule, Again, they won those games by 21 points. I've said, and I'll stick to this, I think there's 3 guys that are the glue of this team. It is Brandon Miller, it is Mark Sears, it is Clowney. And Clowney and Sears had bad games last night.
Yeah, they did. I mean,
they just did. And, and Quinterly's huge off the bench. And he was great last night with his 14 points. But when you have, one of these guys can have an off night. We've talked about that with the depth of Alabama. But if you have 2 or 3 of these guys have an off night, that's when you'll get into a close game.
And Clowney 0 of 6 from beyond the arc again. I mean, that's the concern coming out of this game. I mean, the positive is you played what you would call a bad game if you're Alabama. You would qualify that as a bad game for Alabama,
Absolutely,
right?
Yeah.
You played a bad game and still beat a conference team. So that's your positive. Your negative is there's a concerning trend here from beyond the arc since the LSU game. Listen, that happens. I mean, teams are not going to shoot. Alabama hit 23s against LSU. You're not going to do that every time out. I get that. But, at some point they're going to have to shake out of that and get back to making the outside shots.
My biggest concern, and I'd love to hear what you guys say in the chat room. Pritch Law, I admire you over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. I don't know how you are, but a lot of Alabama fans seem to always crack back block on Javon Quinterly, where he was a big spark and sort of saved the night yesterday. Pritch Law says JQ was really good last night off the bench. Leads the team in scoring, but also was a spark plug for them. So I admire you, Pritch Law, for throwing a little JQ love there. He's a guy that a lot of Alabama fans seem to want less of than more of, but he played a role last night for that team. My concern was big men in the paint, in the way they were able to both defensively and offensively sort of control things around the board. The halftime shot chart of Mississippi State, all their little yellow circles were right around the rim. And you wonder, like against a team like Purdue, who is the team that's ahead of Alabama in the standings with their big guy. And some of the
Zach Edey.
Yeah, some of the teams you will play if you are to be a Final Four team, you could get into a matchup where somebody may be able to be more physical than you inside the paint. That's not usually the case for Alabama, but it was last night. Usually Alabama's the more aggressive team, especially on defense. And that wasn't the case last night. And there was some confusion with that the 1-3-1, the trapping that they were doing, and how they were taking Brandon Miller out of it all. I thought Chris Jans coached a brilliant game last night and threw some curveballs. It'll be interesting to see if other SEC teams or teams in the tournament go back to that tape and try to throw some of those defensive things at Alabama.
Well, Porter Moser, who they will see on Saturday with Oklahoma, is one of those coaches that likes to slow it down, and he's got the Groves brothers. I mean, these are two 6'10" guys in the paint. I think right now Alabama's probably a 6-point favorite.
That sounded a little bit like the old, a few of you will remember Slapshot.
Yeah, the Hanson brothers.
Yes. Oh, he's got the Groves brothers. Oh, let me extra tape on this one, boys. We're playing the Groves brothers this
they
weekend.
actually kind of play like that. Big physical guys.
Oh, shit, not the Groves brothers. Are you kidding me?
But I think this will be an interesting game, and I think it might be beneficial that Alabama struggled last night to get that focus, because this is a team, if Alabama plays like they played last night, they will lose in Norman.
Yeah.
They're going to be a 6.5 point favorite, but this is a dangerous game. But I think they will get refocused after playing so poorly last night.
Yeah, this is a team that has shown they've got an edge to them that normally, and I think they showed it a little bit last night. You get down, you don't panic, you come back, you win the game. They've shown they got a little edge to them. They can show that again Saturday at Oklahoma. Did this game last night wake you up and make you realize, hey, listen, we may be the best team in the nation, as Charles Barkley said, but that doesn't mean we could just waltz out here and win everything we do. And I think you'll see how they react against Oklahoma. We'll tell you how they felt about that.
My big takeaway is it's a long, long, long season.
It is.
I mean,
You won't have games like this,
30 regular season games, the SEC tournament, and then 6 in the NCAA tournament to win it all. And I don't know about you guys. I don't know if it was mentally tired, physically tired, both. They weren't moving around last night on offense like they usually do. Their inbound passes, I was ready to throw things at the TV. I mean, on inbound passes, you have the whole court to go, and everybody's like within a 5-foot radius of each other. Move around, dudes. They just weren't moving last night, and I just think it was one of those nights where you're tired, mentally, physically, both, and they just probably had a little bit of we beat this team in Starkville. We're going to roll the balls out and win this one. So Alabama wins.
Well, there's a theory, though. There's a theory, this hype video that came out last night. When they saw that, they were like, we are the best team.
Who's got that theory? Is that a Lance Taylor theory? I bet they were saying, what show is that from? I'd love to know. Unfortunately, somebody edited that part out.
Slice Pizza brings us our conversation today, getting into what's going on in basketball. We'll get down to Auburn and how that 28-game home win streak ended last night to a Texas A&M team that's getting no respect. But if you want the best pizza in town, Slice Pizza has that.
Yeah, I'll do Slice a couple of times for dinner a month. I'll take the family. We'll pick it up. One thing I typically don't do enough of, and that is get a slice and a salad for lunch. Great lunch spot, 4 locations now. I know you do it a lot. I mean, at least once a week.
Almost once a week, yeah. It's My problem is when I go there, one slice of pizza is never enough. So
I got to drink beer when I'm sitting at that bar.
I don't get beer. I go with the diet
beer before.
Well, yeah, but I go diet soda. And here's what happens: I start out with one slice and a salad, and about halfway you get down to that last couple of bites with the crust. I'm like, I'm gonna need that second slice.
Yeah, my dessert is going to be another slice. Yeah. But get into one of those great locations to slice. Again, Jeff Bajaya, the late Jeff Bajaya, a really good friend of mine, the guy that created this incredible brand. Him and his brothers, Jason, Chris, just great guys. 4 locations to serve you. The original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, Montevallo. Now there is one right there in Crestline. And how about this? The take-home pizza kit. It's only $13. The kids would absolutely love this. You get the sliced dough ball, sliced house red sauce, mozzarella, the provolone cheeses, your choice of one topping. Get in all week, this weekend, 4 locations of Slice. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
And I don't know about you guys, but to me, a good pizza starts with great crust, and I love the way their crust.
You're dead on.
Yeah, I love the way it tastes.
That is the number one thing for great pizza is crust.
Yeah,
it really is.
You end up with a bland crust. You're going to have a bland pizza. Really good crust there. We'll talk to Richard Hendrix, who was with our buddy Chris Stewart on the radio call last night for Alabama about what went on in Tuscaloosa and what he can tell us from an expert's point of view. Coming up in our next segment, we'll talk to Richard Hendrix. Last night, Auburn, also nationally ranked, number 15 in the country, the nation's longest win streak at home, 28 straight games, and they get beat by Texas A&M, the upset, 79-63. Here's Bruce Pearl after that contest down at Auburn Arena.
Texas A&M is a really, really good team, and I think they're one of the top 4 teams in our league. And they outplayed us tonight. They played really well. Like, I'm not upset about the loss because we got beat tonight. I mean, they played great, and they're capable of it. They're a really good team. We haven't lost at home, I guess, now in a couple of years. So, obviously, not used to it. Lost to a good team that played really well.
Texas A&M shot the ball better than they usually do. From three-point land. Had a couple of guys hit a couple of three-pointers early that set the tone. They led at 15. Texas A&M did at the half. They led by 9 with 15-14 to play, and they led by 8 with 8:38 to play. Every time it looked like Auburn was going to make a run to get into it, Texas A&M would answer either with a big defensive play or a big shot from one of their big guards.
Yeah, look, Auburn did not play well against their guards. I mean, Radford goes for 30, Taylor goes for 15, and we talked about this yesterday. They don't have like a big-time score. It's by committee. But last night, those 2 guards were that good. Auburn couldn't hit a perimeter shot. Again, 3 of 16. And Bruce Pearl made this point before the game yesterday. We heard the clip. This is a team that averages only giving up 30 points per half. And if we come out and score 30 points in a half, that puts a lot of stress on our defense. Well, guess what? You scored 30 points in the first half.
30 on the nose, right? Yeah.
So, they were already behind the 8 ball in that situation. And I agree, and we talked pre-show about this. I think A&M's a tournament team. I think they're going to get better and better. Again, they don't have a lot of star power. Buzz Williams is a hell of a coach. I mean, they had 8 first-half layups or dunks. And, a lot of that is coaching.
Yep. And Auburn's just not a good shooting team. I mean, we've seen it all year. They can't shoot. And they were 3 of 16 from beyond the arc last night. You're going to have to be a dominant inside team if you're going to shoot like that from outside, and they're just not that.
For me, personally, I think Auburn needs Wendell Green needs some help in the guard position, right? Like last night, they continued to trap Wendell Green, and there just wasn't enough of great guard play to come over and bail Wendell Green out.
So that's on Flanagan.
Yeah, Flanagan did not play well last night.
Flanagan didn't play well. KD, I don't know where he's gone, man. He
was such a force last year.
He was, and he was a ball of energy that seemed to, ignite the team. He was a spark plug, sort of like Quinterly was for Alabama last night. But a lot like Quinterly sometimes. He can be a ball of energy and not be beneficial to you. And they were just, whether it was, Jasper or whomever, just not enough help for Wendell Green last night. Janai's still good in the, inside. He had blocks and everything.
That kid is good.
Yeah.
I mean, it reminded you almost of Kessler with the 7 blocks last night. I mean, he's getting better and better. And you don't necessarily want your offense to run through him. You've got to have better guard play.
As Bobby had said on Twitter to us, it's easy to look at the stat sheets and some overall things and say this was really a bad game for Wendell Green. But to your point, Brown, he is their best outside shooter. And so Buzz said, we're going to take him out. We're going to at times double him, trap him, and somebody else has got to help him hit shots, and that didn't happen.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. He still had his numbers. Now, he had 4 turnovers. That's something, he had been good about, is not turning the ball over. 4 turnovers, 5 assists last night. But you can't pin this one on Wendell Green. I know we have probably said it enough that this team's going to go as Wendell Green goes, and I think last night probably proved that. I don't think Wendell Green played a bad game last night, and they still lost.
You think on a combined night of Alabama and Auburn playing, this is the worst perimeter shooting that they've had combined?
Probably so, yeah.
I mean, you've got 3 of 16 from Auburn, 5 of 28 from Alabama. Quickly, that's 8 of 44.
Yeah.
That's not good.
And Bobby's right in what he says in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. The help Wendell Green needs a guard is he needs to grow 3 inches. He's not going to do that. When you play teams with big guards, they've realized that they've got an advantage on Wendell Green. Unless somebody helps them out like Flanagan or somebody else at the guard position that prevents them from trapping and things like that. So I don't know. They're in a tough spot. And you mentioned KD Johnson. I was trying to remember the game. He was the coach's scratch, and I think it was right before that West Coast road trip, if I remember, because I remember Stephen Pearl being on the show. We asked him about it, and Stephen basically said, look, KD's got to do some things, to what he needs to do. Since that Memphis game, he hasn't scored in double figures. And prior to that, leading up to that against Northwestern, had 12, 9 against St. Louis, 16 against Colgate, 14 against Memphis. Hasn't been in double figures since, so he's fallen off.
So the home win streak is over with, and for Auburn, they too, like Alabama, go into the SEC Big 12 Challenge. We'll talk about that SEC Big 12 Challenge coming up a little bit later in the show. UAB at home tonight, 8 o'clock, down at Bartow with La Tech in town. Jelly Walker, game time decision. Andy Kennedy on our show yesterday. You can hear Andy Kennedy wherever you get our podcast, whether it's both audio or video. Just go check out all of our platforms there. For AK on the show yesterday, he talked about Jelly Walker in that situation. One more thing football-wise to go here in our opening segment right after LT tells us about our friends at Bromberg's.
Again, family-owned and operated since 1836. They are your diamond specialists. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box. And Bromberg's, they're thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Bromberg's, you'll find a wide selection of classics, rugged sports models, even limited edition novelty timepieces at their Summit store. Available at the Summit store or online. You can go to brombergs.com/watches/Oris or call today, 205-969-1776.
Justin wants to know, can one of you pull up the current line for UAB tonight?
I was in the process of doing that. You'll have to let me dig through.
You do that while I do this
college basketball
football thing real quick. We'll give that to you, Justin, before we go to break. Thanks to our friends at MyBookie. We'll jump on there and find that for you. But earlier today, New England officially introduced, they're an hour ahead, of course, Eastern time zone, Bill O'Brien as their offensive coordinator. According to Charlie Potter on Twitter, Bill Belichick says, quote, I am looking forward to working with Bill again. He is an outstanding coach and an asset to our coaching staff. That's the official announcement there from Bill Belichick as Bill O'Brien's back there. We'll talk to Chris Lowe at 10 Central, a little over 40 minutes from now, about the Alabama coaching search. Any names you guys hearing other than the usual suspects in the last 24 hours?
I am hearing this Jeremy Pruitt thing's almost a done deal.
Yeah, Saban wants to hire Jeremy Pruitt. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think there are a couple things. Will he hire him as defensive coordinator, or will it simply be as a position coach? And how much of that is because of the SEC's hesitancy to allow Pruitt back in the league prior to Tennessee getting their final decision from the NCAA? And to what extent does Nick Saban care about that?
Yeah, I think that's
those are all the questions. Yeah,
I think do we have a clear path through this fog of the NCAA where we can get on the other side? Everything's going to be okay. If they get even a semblance of an okay there, I think Pruitt is your guy. Offensive coordinator, I have no idea.
Yeah, it's been pretty quiet on that front.
Yeah, and that's something Chris Lowe continues to say, close to the vest on that. And we'll talk to Lowe about that, see if he hears anything, and maybe an announcement. Who knows? In the next 40 minutes, what do you have?
UAB's 8.5.
8.5, a total of 149.5 at home against La Tech.
And what this tells me is La Tech's not a good team, but based on an 8.5 number, the way UAB is playing, they assume Jelly Walker's going to play.
4.5. 4 and 5. Both teams are in Conference USA. Both of them 4 and 5. So 8.5 there, Justin, is UAB tonight, the favorite there. All right, we roll on, and we keep moving forward with a little basketball talk. Richard Hendrix is coming up. Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling, bringing you our conversations today on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. We're getting ready with our final pour with Charles Barkley coming up when we get to the month of March Madness, a little over a month away from that Selection Sunday. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, this is how local Redmond Vodka is. They're going to be up here later today. We're going to be sitting down and we're going to be talking about this March Madness Final Pour Bracket Challenge that we are putting together. Look, ask for it by name. It's a fantastic vodka. If you're a vodka drinker, support local. Their aim is clarity and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at local package and ABC stores, also available in 20 states. It is Redmond Vodka.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on The Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at The Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Also in the SEC last night, Tennessee, a winner easily over Georgia. Florida, easy over South Carolina. We talked earlier about Auburn's home win streak ending with the upset at the hands of Texas A&M, and Alabama pulling one out against Mississippi State. We'll talk to Richard Hendrix in just a second. First, I want to remind you, 10% off right now, 10% off all the services with our friends at Hemp Hill Service. Adam and Chad one of the great American companies here locally. They do it the American way. They fix it right. They fix it the first time. They fix it at a fair price. Nothing's more red, white, and blue than that. And you can save 10% right now if you tell them you heard about it here on the next round. Any plumbing, cooling, or heating problems, Adam and Chad will take care of you. 10% off right now if you mention the next round. The name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just look up the name Hemphill.
Richard Hendrix, of course, played at Alabama, now doing some analysis work for the Crimson Tide. You heard him last night with Chris Stewart on the Crimson Tide Sports Network and Alabama's win over Mississippi State. Welcome in, Richard. How are you today?
Doing great, guys. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, man, we appreciate you coming on. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You know, in football, Nick Saban often talks about sometimes, you know, it takes a loss for a team to learn a lesson, and you always hope you can do it without a loss. Did perhaps Alabama do that last night in a closer game than many thought? Did they maybe see some of their deficiencies without having to suffer a loss in the process?
I think definitely so. You can definitely learn from a game that's tough, and you don't want it to be a loss because you want to keep the momentum that you have from the winning streak. But Alabama definitely struggled a little bit last night. But a lot of the credit goes to Mississippi State. They had a really good game plan. This is a team that's been struggling all season long, not able to hit shots from the outside or, frankly, from the inside either. But last night, defensively, they were really after Alabama. They hit them with the first punch. When Alabama was able to sustain the physicality that Mississippi State had, come up with a tough, close victory in the end.
Is this a good shooting Alabama team? I mean, you know, it's easy to say coming off a 5-for-28 behind the arc night, but do you think this is a team that can consistently shoot the three at a high level?
Absolutely. I think they have shooters all around the court. Brandon Miller, Mark Sears, Javon Quinterly comes off the bench. Even bigs like Noah Gurley and Noah Clowney can step out and stretch the court from the 4 position. But the shooting I don't think is an issue. Obviously, you will work on that as time goes. Last night you saw that defensively you have to do a better job of containing dribble drives and finishing plays with a rebound. If you can't close the possession, pull tough rebounds against a tough team like Mississippi State, then you can't get out into your transition action, face the forward out, and also shoot early three-pointers in the shot clock like Alabama likes to do. So it's a complementary situation where you're not making shots. It's not just a matter of the touch of the ball not falling in the hoop.
You know how big of a metrics guy Nate Oates and his staff is. Proven now with their metrics that they're a better shooting team with passing on the radio call than Hendrix on the radio call. You've got the
that is a fact.
Listen, that's why you don't go with the low post big if you want to be on the call. If that's the type of style that you want. You go back to Brian Passing and you have the shooter out there. But it was a lot of fun to have it out there. But you know me, I definitely love the ball when you can take it on the interior and impose your will. But you know, I like to step out and show a little soft touch as well.
Oh, every basketball player does. I want to ask you, though, when you because I don't think Alabama's seen it a lot, if at all, this year so far. Maybe a little bit at Houston, if I remember correctly. That 1-3-1, why is that a problem sometimes? Is it because you don't see it a ton? And what do you have to do to beat something like that? And was there ever a defense somebody would throw at you that you always were like, oh, crap, we've got to do this. I hate running against this defense.
Well, listen, I invited all the defenses, so it didn't really necessarily something that it felt like it bothered me. But one thing that I had when I played was size and on the interior and strength. When you talk about size and strength, Mississippi State had that. Tolu Smith, 6'11", 265 pounds, also, or maybe 250, but as well as Will McNair Jr. I'm looking at these guys on the sideline. You're not giving up any type of letdown when they sub that guy into the game. But on the perimeter, DJ Jeffries, Cameron Matthews, physically imposing specimens on the wing. So when you talk about the length that they were able to have, and then, as I mentioned, complementary basketball, they walk the ball up the court, shorten the game in the amount of possessions, and then make Alabama grind it out. When they're able to get in that 1-3-1 zone, it's difficult to find the soft spots, and they make sure they pressure up on Alabama so you can't shoot the deep threes, and obviously you have the rim protection. As far as that particular tactic is concerned, I'm not so sure that every team has the personnel to be able to play that style of basketball to give Alabama a problem. I think they learned from last night's situation playing against that. I think the head coach, his staff have done an excellent job. They will continue to get better, and when the next team has that type of personnel, can throw something at them, I'm sure they'll be prepared.
Richard Hendrix is with us, former Alabama great, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. And as you say, not everybody can throw that look at you, but obviously when they do, Alabama has got to handle it better. So, I mean, it's just one more thing, right, that Nate Oates today has got to game plan or work on, or what? I mean, how do you do that on your side, on the Alabama side, Richard, when you've struggled with something like that? What does Nate Oates do with that today and tomorrow?
Well, such a talented team like Alabama has, you definitely are going to go and look at the film and see what you made mistakes in. One of the glaring things that they had was Mississippi State just played with a little bit more intensity and effort and sense of urgency from the jump. That's something that can be fixed pretty easily. You get your team to play with a little bit more intensity. As far as the tactics are concerned, of course the team wants to be more of a complete team. Now, they have a style where they're going to shoot it early in the shot clock. They're going to space you out. They like to shoot the threes. They like to get the layups. But tactically, they have the ability to try to figure out what it takes to combat a lot of these teams when you do throw a different style of defense at them. So I'm pretty sure the team will work on that. And individual scoring moves is what you're going to have. When a team zones you up, sometimes you just got to have a player to step up, make a big-time one-on-one individual play. We saw that a couple of times. But as the team moves forward in SEC play into the NCAA tournament, they're going to need that component if they're going to really take it to the next level.
You played in the league, so you played with and against great players. And I know a lot of people hate comparisons, but when you look at Brandon Miller, does he remind you of any one player that you played with or against?
I don't know. I think he's different. I will say, I stepped out on a limb and I said Brandon Miller might be the best player that Alabama's ever had. I said that early on in the season when he was on a tear against some of the number one teams. He's a very talented player with a lot of poise that he has as a freshman that you just don't see with that age, and he's definitely improving and getting better and better as teams are trying to gear up to stop him. I played with a lot of talented players, but the style was different. And that's the challenge of comparing different eras. We played in a system where we had a lot more bruisers in the SEC. If you played on the road, myself at Alabama, it's Richard Hendrix, Chuck Davis, Jamario Davidson, all sharing the paint, and Alonzo G at 6'6", 230 pounds, playing on the perimeter. You're going on the road and playing at LSU, and it's Big Baby, Tyrus Thomas in the paint, Al Horford, Joakim Noah, and Corey Brewer at Florida. So every team that you go and play, they had 2 and 3 big men in the paint, and the three-point shot was not something that people shot unless it was Tennessee and Chris Lofton and Vanderbilt with Shane Foster. So to make the comparison of eras, it's a little bit different because it's a different style of play. So it's hard to say who would be better because you didn't get to see the guys in my era play with so much pace and space and freedom, and more than anything, with only one big man on the court that most teams kind of play with now. It really changed the entire components of the game, and with the pick and roll and the spacing that everyone plays with as opposed to playing motion offenses that people played in the mid-2000s, it kind of changes the component of how you would judge the era. But nonetheless, Brandon Miller, he's box office, and he's a big-time player, and it's been a joy to sit on the sideline and watch him play.
Listen, I know you got to go, but real quickly, everyone's complimenting you for last night on the radio broadcast. They say you did a fantastic job. One question from one of our viewers over here wants to know about the inbounds plays last night. How would you grade that, and what do you think the problem was?
Well, unfortunately, I don't want to give him an F, but it has to be a D, to be honest. From an analyst standpoint, and if you listened on the call last night when I was along with Chris Stewart, it was one thing I emphasized that you have to take advantage of your baseline out of bounds opportunities. When you get a chance to line up and set yourself on baseline out of bounds, this is an opportunity for you to steal and score a basket. There are plays to score the ball. In several occasions, Alabama was in the baseline out of bounds situation. They had a couple times where it was almost a 5-second call. Devon Quinterly had to throw a ball off the leg just to get another reset of the play. So a lot of times when you have poor baseline out-of-bound execution or sideline out-of-bound execution, it's just a matter of lining up where you're supposed to be. being physical to hold your position and not let the defense take your space from you, and then make solid screens, efficient cuts, and get open and cut with a purpose, and then free up, and the passer obviously making the proper read to the best player. But that's something that they have to clean up, because you don't want to throw those possessions away, because if you play a grind-out style like a game against Mississippi State, every single possession is critical. You don't want to throw one away.
At rhendrix35 is where you follow Richard on Twitter, at rhendrix35. He's following this Alabama team in college basketball all season long. Thank you very much for the time, Richard. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you all for having me.
All right, buddy. Take care. Richard Hendrix with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Behind the scenes, Richard had somewhere he needed to go at 9:35. I mean, how many other shows get people out right on the nose like that?
I don't really know, but we try to be kind about that. When somebody says, I got a meeting, I need to be out at such and such, we do our best to get them out.
For his real paying job.
Yeah, his actual paying job.
I got to be out at 9:35. I can do it till 9:35. 9:35 on the nose.
I agree with Bobby over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. He says, second time I've heard Hendrix this morning, he's got a very bright future in broadcasting. I mean, that guy is polished.
Yeah, but knows the game as well and explains it even for low IQ guys like me that can understand. That's what really makes a great analyst, and he's really good at that. If you can explain it to the common Joe like me and make me understand something, that tells me something. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson. Speaking of the common Joe, great price point right now to go get life-changing laser eye surgery from our friends at Michelson. Stop putting it off. Go out there and get it done right now.
Yeah, this is one of the 2 or 3 advertisers I get asked most about. Did you really get the procedure done? Yeah, we don't come on here and actually endorse things that we're not behind.
Liar!
Yeah, I got this thing. It was really one of the best things I did early on. It was when I wasn't getting paid to do radio 20 years ago, literally. And they came to me and they hooked me up with LASIK, and it was just unbelievable. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. I still have 20/15 vision, thanks to Dr. Mark Michelson, a true pioneer, the first to perform the LASIK procedure back in 1995, right here in the state of Alabama. To find out if LASIK is right for you, it's a really simple call. 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a absolutely free, hassle-free consultation. You've got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, 969-8100. Or for more information, go to michelsonlaservision.com.
All right, so when we come back, let's talk SEC and Big 12 Challenge. Because I think we're in for a butt whooping this weekend.
A butt whipping?
Yeah.
You already got Kansas. Yeah, I know they're 1-0.
Have no line yet on Kansas, Kentucky, but it has set up where take Kansas no matter what the point. If they're giving, take Kansas. If they're getting, take Kansas.
Yeah, you love Kansas.
Kansas.
Yep.
Helped out last night by the fact that both guys on the Alabama broadcast were taking Kentucky. So give me Kansas, give me Kansas, give me Kansas all day long.
Twice on Sunday, right?
Yeah, and in fact, I'm searching for SEC wins. Like I'm searching for SEC wins. That's how bad it's going to be this weekend.
Oh, so we're not doing our bet?
Not if I get the SEC, no. I mean, the Big 12 will be.
So you're up, I don't even know how many stakes.
Yeah.
And you're not going to do the bet you always do.
The SEC is going to get, what is it, pummeled? Is that the word I'm looking for?
Pummeled is a word. I have got, I've got 2 SEC wins for you. I got 2. I'm almost willing to guarantee you.
Okay, we'll go through them. In fact, we'll pass out the dry erase boards. Let's put a W and an L, and we'll just flip it around. WL. We'll run through the SEC Big 12 Challenge.
Yeah, you've gotten soft on your stake bets.
How have I gotten soft, LT? If I think the Big 12 is going to kill them, I will come up with a stake bet for you, and we will make a stake bet about the SEC Big 12 Challenge.
I'm just saying we do this one every year. You're Jimmy SEC.
Well, I'm telling you right now, I'm not Jimmy SEC this weekend because we're about to get, what's the word, Brown?
Pummeled is the word you're using.
This weekend. I am searching for wins, for W's for the SEC this weekend. Why would I take a bet where they may not win a game?
Oh, well, we can do that one.
Yeah, well, I'm willing to skew this a little bit for you coming up in a little as we go through this. The SEC Big 12 Challenge coming up right here on the show, being brought to you by our friends at Ghost. Look for that logo right there. That'll get you going in the morning, and they'll do it sugar-free. It's the best energy drink on the market, in my opinion, right now. I want you to give it a try. It's Ghost Energy. Back in a moment.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round. Before we do the SEC Big 12 Challenge, can you give me cut number 2? Young Tyler in for Rockstar, who's back out on tour. If you're watching or listening to us in the Lexington, Kentucky area, tonight and tomorrow night in Lexington, Kentucky, the land of the string music, and Joe Dean Jr. back in the day used to do those, Mizlu television broadcasts and then the JP broadcast. Up in Kentucky tonight and tomorrow night. In Lexington, Rockstar's there with the Black Jacket Symphony. And then Saturday, 2 shows in Knoxville, Tennessee, where Tennessee got a big win last night in SEC play. We'll talk about the SEC Big 12 Challenge. Here's Nate Oates, asked about the second half last night for Alabama as they had to make a comeback. They were down double digits a couple of times throughout the game. Nate gets asked the difference after halftime.
Coach, how would you assess the defensive performance from the first half to the second half and the improvements that were made there?
Look, our energy got better. I mean, played harder, got some steals, made some deflections, our points off turnovers. This is a team that needs to score off turnovers in Mississippi State. They had 9 off turnovers. We had 22. I think a lot of those came in the second half. So I think it was a deal where our guys realized, we're down 7, and I think we got down 10 again in the second half. Like, this isn't an easy game. We got to pick our energy up now. It's disappointing that we had to pick it up. It should just be there from the beginning, but we picked it up. We figured out a way to get a win, and, if you're going to win an SEC championship, you got to win some games that you don't play your best, and we figured out a way to get a win. Our defense in the second half, I think, was what did it.
Nate Oates last night.
It was just so weird with those two games going on at the same time and they went to half at roughly the same time, obviously, that Auburn's down 15 and Alabama's down 7. I'm like, what in the crap am I watching here? I mean, for that to be happening at the same time. And look, the Vegas line, I know, Lance, both you and Furman on the show yesterday were like, hey, I thought this Auburn line would come in much, much higher. This is a tricky spot for Auburn. I don't think anybody thought it was a tricky spot for Alabama.
No, I thought Alabama would completely blow out
I did
Mississippi
too.
State. I stayed away from that game. One of my 3 college games I did give out last night was A&M plus points.
Yeah.
But one thing about it, Tulu Smith, I mean, he was a man last night. Some people just have players who play, they're better. One of their better games of the year. Tulu was really good last night for Mississippi State, and I like Chris Jans as a coach as well. 15-7 for Tulu last night. Alabama survives. Auburn takes the loss. Samford with a loss on the road at Furman. That was sort of portrayed as the game of the year in the SoCon, 2 of the best teams in the Southern Conference. If you were watching that game, and I watched the last 10 minutes of it, just back and forth at Furman, a small little arena, packed house, but Samford hits a 3, goes up 3, waning seconds. Furman hits a 3. Samford hits a 3. Furman hits a 3, 76-76 with 18 seconds. Samford's basketball. What do you do? 76-76. You just traded 3-3, 3-3. Furman's had to battle back. You've led by like 6 or 8, and they battle back to tie it up. 18 seconds left. You got 2 timeouts. Do you call a timeout or do you let your guys play?
I let my guys play, and once I get to the timeline, if there's chaos and we don't see to have any semblance of rhythm, then I take a timeout at that point because you've still got roughly 10 seconds.
Yeah. Bucky let him play. He got across the timeline about 12 seconds, and he told him to play and called a play, I assume, or whatever, and or cleared it out for the guy who took a shot, but it was a horrible shot. And they go to overtime, and they lose in overtime.
Yeah, would you have called the timeout?
I would have. That's what I was saying. Call the timeout, set up a play, but some people.
Of course, if they run a great play and hit the 3, you're like, God, he didn't call. I mean, look how well coached that team is.
But I think it's a feel, and you practice those things, right?
Yeah.
And like LT says, if it looks chaotic, you can call a timeout, but it never looked chaotic. It just ended up not being a great shot. It was a really entertaining basketball game, and one of those small gyms, that was a really good broadcast on ESPN Plus last night. All right, our friends at New York Butcher Shop, where we are in stake bets right now, +6. We'll do one on this Big 12 SEC Challenge if we can come to terms here in a little bit later in the show. But our friends at New York Butcher Shop will get you hooked up this weekend with a great steak.
Yeah, look, I've got a hook Dunaway up with one. If you're looking for, for the AFC, NFC Championship games, grill out. You can pick up the finest certified Angus Prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken, cut to order just for you. The chef-prepared entrees, side dishes, perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family, ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. They've also got incredible sandwiches. Brown, you were telling me a story the other day about the great sandwiches.
Yeah, a friend of my wife's was like, I have found this great new sandwich place. It's the New York. And my wife was like, the New York Butcher Shop? He's like, yeah, it's incredible. She said, that's not new. My husband's been going there. Ryan's been going there for years to get steaks. But he loved it. He's like, man, I will go there all the time now.
Troy says, if Mississippi State's so good and has such good players, why are they 1-7 in the conference?
It's a great question.
I don't think they're that good. In fact, I watched them at Auburn go 0 of 18 from three-point land.
They're not good offensively. They're 11th in KenPom defensively because Andrew says you would have known it's a trap game if you watched the last game. I did. Alabama was leading by 15 most of the second half and realized their defense is 11th in KenPom. I knew both those things. The problem is, while their defense might be 11th in KenPom, their offense is 164th. Yeah. So, I mean, you can only cover up so much bad offense with good defense.
And they have played a really challenging schedule so far at Mississippi State, right? They played Auburn on the road. They played Alabama twice.
Mm-hmm.
That's 2 of the top 4 teams in the league. I assume they played Ole Miss is probably their only win, right?
I think that's right, yeah.
I don't know who all they played. But let's get into this SEC Big 12 Challenge. Works really well, right? W's a win. L's a loss. We'll make our predictions right here. W's and L's. And we'll just go timeline right here. 11 a.m. ESPN. Auburn on the road at West Virginia in Morgantown. LT will always go first, Brown, and I'll bring it up. Start us off. Auburn at West Virginia, and why?
I think it is a loss. This West Virginia team is not great. Obviously, they're better at home. They're 8-3 at home this year. They're only 2-6 in that really difficult Big 12 conference. But after watching Auburn last night, I think this is going to be a tough spot for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm probably going too much gut reaction here, but I'm going to go with an L as well. The way the guards played last night, and
I think West
going
Virginia
on the
will be
road
favored
against
too.
Huggy Bear, yeah, I'm going to go with an L.
Yeah, loss for me as well. West Virginia's record, I think, is part of it's just partly because of the Big 12. It's so darn good. It's piled up on West Virginia. Tough place to play in Morgantown. Auburn, I'll take the L as well. Let's go next. Alabama, Oklahoma, 1 o'clock, ESPN. They're in Norman.
Again, Oklahoma can be scrappy. They're coming off a 27-point loss to TCU. I think Alabama will come out after this flat game against Mississippi State. I think you'll see more offense. Alabama wins this game, probably going away.
Yeah, I think so, too. I think Alabama wins the game. I told you there were 2 guarantees. I think there are 3. This is one of them. Alabama guaranteed win for me in this one against Oklahoma.
It's going to be closer than the experts, I think. I don't know what the number is going to be. I'll take Alabama in a win, but I think it'll look a lot like last night. A lot like last night. It'll be a hard-fought W for Alabama. Will not be surprised with the loss, but I'll go W here for Alabama as well. Iowa State and Missouri in Columbia. Missouri's back whole again. That is 1 o'clock on ESPN2 in the SEC Big 12 Challenge.
I am going to give Missouri the win here.
I am too, Lance.
Yeah, look, Iowa State's a really good team. I think Missouri's going to go off as a 1-point favorite in this spot. I think it's going to be a really tough game, but I'm going to say that Missouri bounces back, and they're coming off a nice win against Ole Miss.
I'm going to give Missouri the dub. It's not one of the ones I would guarantee. It's not one of the 3 guaranteed wins, but I think Missouri gets the win there.
It's a big L for me. I'm going straight up loss for Missouri here. Iowa State coming off a win over Kansas State this week already.
Iowa State's a good team.
I like Iowa State, though that was a home game for them. I like them on the road at Missouri. Also in that 1 o'clock window on ESPNU, Texas Tech in Baton Rouge against LSU. Texas Tech right now is 10-10 on the year. I think they're winless in the Big 12.
They are. They're 0-8.
Yeah, and I think this is a gross game, but I'm going to give LSU the win here. I think LSU will be favored. So I think LSU wins this game.
Texas Tech is awful. LSU's not a ton better, but playing in Baton Rouge, they get the win.
I will take the loss for LSU there too. Texas Tech, part of their record because of the Big 12, will go in there and Texas Tech will get the win over LSU. So a loss there for the SEC.
So you've got one win right now, Alabama.
Alabama,
and it's tricky.
It's close. It is close.
Okay, all right.
TCU in Starkville against Mississippi State. That's 3 o'clock on ESPN2 for that one in Starkville.
Loss.
This TCU team's legit.
Yeah, TCU team,
good enough to go to a Final Four.
That's what I was about to say. I heard some basketball people. I wish I knew their names. I'd give them credit. But yesterday afternoon on Sirius,
how do you know they're basketball people?
Because they were talking basketball.
Let's just say it was Bill Rafferty and Bill Walton.
No. I would recognize both of those. I think it was a Big 12 analyst is who I thought it was.
All right.
And he says of all the Big 12 teams, it is TCU he thinks is the best built to go to the Final Four, even more than Kansas.
Look, after watching what they did in Lawrence last Saturday, it's hard to argue.
Arkansas at Baylor, 3 o'clock on main ESPN in this one right here in Waco.
Loss.
I, too, go loss on this one for the SEC.
Baylor team's good again.
Yep, and Arkansas's not.
Now, this Baylor team, not as good as Scott Drew is used to at the guard position, if you watch them play a little bit, but they're still really good. And Arkansas's, I don't want to go Kentucky on you here, but
they played a little better.
They seem like they have fixed some of their problems, but I think they're still missing that it factor. Baylor gets them in Waco. Texas at Tennessee on ESPN. That's at 6 o'clock, is it?
5 o'clock. 5 o'clock ESPN. This was one of my other guaranteed wins.
Yeah, I don't know how you guarantee a win against a 17-3 team.
Because it's Tennessee and they're good on defense.
Tennessee's offense is gross. Their defense is so good, though. Yep. I'm going to say win, but, boy, it's a tough game.
It's a win. Guaranteed win right here, Jimmy Dunaway.
I'm going to take the Texas Longhorns. This is the surprise of the day. Goes into Knoxville and beats Tennessee here. So I'll take the Big 12 in this one as well. This Texas team, their head coach without Chris Beard, starting to find his way a little bit. This team is starting to play up to potential. I think we all, if we picked our preseason Final Four teams, right, we would have had Texas in there, right? If Chris Beard was the coach before we started the season, we all had Texas in our Final Four. Those Jimmies and Joes are still there. The coaching staff finding their way. Give me Texas over Tennessee in this one. Florida is at Kansas State.
Big
ESPN
loss.
2.
Big loss. It's a blowout.
Yeah.
Worst loss of the day for the SEC right here.
Yeah, it could be.
Loss as well.
Worst
Kansas
loss of the
State.
day.
Kansas and Kentucky in Rupp Arena. You already know how I feel about this one. It's a loss no matter what the points is.
Well,
loss,
you've made me
loss.
think twice about it because I've never seen you this confident with a game. So Kentucky is playing much better. I do think Kansas is the better team. Kansas losing now 3 consecutive games. It is hard to envision them losing 4, but this is not a great spot to get well. Tough game. I think this game will be around a pick. It could be won either way, but I'm going to say a loss for Kentucky.
I'm going to take Kentucky in the upset here. I'm going to give Kentucky a win on this one.
Loss. And then Ole Miss at Oklahoma State.
They could play that game in my driveway, and I wouldn't go watch it.
I mean, Ole Miss may be the worst team.
Awful game, but it's going to be a loss, too. Yeah.
All right. Lunsford, if we can get Lunsford's microphone back there. He was keeping the runner total. What was the SEC Big 12 versus for LT first, Lunsford?
Oh, hang on. I got to count. I was actually writing the teams you had. Lance had 1, 2, 3, 4.
4. So 4 and 6 for Lance. What about Brown?
Brown 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I think we pretty much had just about the same ones.
4 and 6. What about me?
And Jimmy Big 12 had 1.
One SEC win, and that was Alabama.
Okay. So how about we do this? Because I think you're just doing this for effect.
Later in the show, Chris Lowe is due up in our next segment. After Chris Lowe, we'll come back. We'll put a stake bet on the SEC. We'll find common ground on the SEC Big 12 challenge.
I think you're over-exaggerating this.
No.
Yes,
The Big 12, best conference in college basketball this year.
I don't disagree. Easy bet, though. I've got it ready.
Okay, we'll work about it. We'll work on it coming up. Chris Lowe is up next. Part of our show is being brought to you by our friends at Odie's, where last night Lance asked what question?
Last night was what came first, Pizza Hut or Brad Pitt?
Oh, Pizza Hut. It goes back to like Central Kansas. It was some old.
It was Wichita.
Wichita. Yeah. I'm going to say Pizza Hut. I think it probably started like the original one in the 1930s or something like that.
Didn't Don Draper stop at a Pizza Hut driving west?
Maybe so. No, he stopped at a Denny's, I think it was.
I'll go with Brown.
Pizza Hut 1958. Brad Pitt, 1963. Pretty close.
Boom.
Hey, and if you came out to Odie's Team Trivia, you got to see me and Rockstar actually collaborate on 2 different rap songs. How about that, boys?
Wow.
Yeah, exciting. But these are the things that you see, Odie's Team Trivia. Come out, join us every Wednesday night, and the incredible food from Rodney Davis. You can just get that for lunch or dinner. Right now, the burgers, the wings, the delicious sandwiches. And remember, Friday, Saturday, they've got live music. So go see Will Haver and that great staff. It's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit KingRealEstateSchool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 16th kickoff. That's KingRealEstateSchool.com. King Real Estate School license number 154952.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular y'all can have the rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, hour number 2 right now. Chris Lowe in just a second. Last night, Alabama, number 2 in the country, holds on. They beat Mississippi State 66-63, 8-0 in the SEC now. They're on their way to play Oklahoma in the SEC Big 12 Challenge, all on ESPN this weekend. Texas A&M upsets number 15 Auburn, 79-63. La Tech UAB tonight, 8 o'clock in Bartow Arena.
All right, Chris Lowe covers college football for ESPN. He is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Chris? How are you today?
I'm outstanding, guys. It's good to be with you.
Yeah, it's always fun talking football with you. And, of course, we find ourselves in this state with Alabama not having a coordinator on either side of the football, which, Chris, actually has Alabama fans excited. A lot of schools like that, they get disappointed. But, you know, Alabama fans, they're excited about the new chapter. I mean, we would look at this and say the line would start at the door. You know college football coaches and agents. When Nick Saban has an opening like this, does it garner almost universal attention from coaches?
Pretty close. I mean, because you look at Nick's track record, guys coming through there, and what they've done after they've been one of his coordinators. It's pretty impressive, and not just on offense, but defense. Guys almost always go on to get better jobs, to get head coaching jobs, and that's, you know, everybody knows that around college football, that you go work for Nick Saban, you get that stamp, you have some success, which you almost invariably do there, that there are going to be a lot of doors open for you.
You know, most people have heard, Jeremy Pruitt is the guy on the defensive side if certain things get worked out with the SEC. On the offensive side, what would if you had to put a short list of 2 or 3 names together that would make sense, who would those names be?
Well, that's a hard one because I think right now the names that he will go after are guys that are in the upper echelon of what they do. So that's going to stay pretty quiet, pretty close to the vest for obvious reasons. I mean, Jeff Levy makes a lot of sense. He plays fast. His tempo is difficult. You know, Nick likes offensive coordinators that have given their system has given him trouble. Most coaches do. That's not just him. I don't know that Jeff would come after 1 year at Oklahoma, which is his home. I think Auburn made a run at him, and that was sort of his message. You know what? I'm just not ready to make a move after 1 year. Would it be any different with Nick Saban in Alabama? Perhaps. You know, Jeff's making a lot of money at Oklahoma, so he's certainly a name to watch. I think there's others around there that have done good jobs. You know, the guy at Tulane, the guy at Kansas State. You know, why not a guy like Greg Roman, who just left the Ravens? You know, he worked under Joe Pendry's a confidant of Nick Saban. I know he worked way back under Joe, a couple different stops in the NFL. So there's some names out there like that I think and there'll be a bunch of them. Nick will talk to a lot of people, and as I've said this, I repeated this a couple different times. he will just talk to people he feels like is a candidate for the job. He will talk to people who've worked with those guys, who have defended them, guys maybe who have been around those guys at other stops to sort of get their feel. And sometimes when he's done that, he's sort of latched on to somebody else. I mean, I go back to Brian Dable when he brought him in. You know, he was the tight ends coach under Belichick up there, and I know there were several guys at that point he was looking at, and several of them had NFL ties that when I heard their names, I'm like, you know, I would have never thought of them. So I bet you in this search it'll be pretty similar, and there'll be some names that emerge that we all sit around and scratch our heads and say, you know, I never would have thought of him.
Greg Roman is a guy who had great success with dual-threat quarterbacks on the NFL level and was with Harbaugh back at Stanford, for those that may not be familiar with that name. Chris Lowe is with us here on the next round. In your opinion, and it's only your opinion, do you think next week's late signing period has anything to do with the timing of this? You mentioned, you know, the people who are the best in the business at the offensive coordinator at their craft. Do you think the timing of this would wait until after next week's late signing period?
I don't think so. You know, Bama's pretty much finished. The guys they're out there talking to now are 24 guys and beyond. I don't know that they're going to bring anybody, you know, for the February class because they've already completed that class. So I just think it's Nick taking his time, talking to the right people, checking all the boxes. I mean, the defensive coordinator decision too has been something I know he spent a lot of time on, and there's been a lot of discussions there at Alabama among administration. Is Jeremy Pruitt hireable? I think right now Jeremy Pruitt, and let's just take Alabama out of the equation. Jeremy Pruitt is clearly a terrific defensive football coach. They were a top 5 defense in 17 when he was there. He was not successful at Tennessee, and there were some defenses at Tennessee that weren't very good. Now, do you put that all on Jeremy? I don't know, but he is a proven defensive coordinator who gets results and has worked under Nick. I think the snag with Jeremy Pruitt is simply this: the uncertainty surrounding him, because Tennessee's NCAA case has not been closed, is probably going to make him unhireable as a position coach or coordinator for anybody, not just Alabama, but for anybody at this point. Would Nick be interested in Jeremy? Absolutely. Absolutely he would. So I think that's where they are with that. And that's, again, it's not because there's a question about whether Jeremy could coach, whether he would fit in on that Alabama staff. I just think at this point, unless something changes, you know, here pretty shortly, that's going to be a difficult hurdle for any school to overcome. I think the other guy that's in that equation is someone that Nick is interested in is Todd Grantham, who's been there as an analyst. And you look at sort of what Nick's MO has been over the years. When he brings in someone like that, someone who has been a coach elsewhere, certainly someone who's done it either as a head coach or a high level in the SEC, as Todd has, he's had a lot of success in promoting those guys. You know, Mike Loxley, you know, he was on the offensive side of the ball, would be someone like that. He came in as an analyst. When Nick promoted him to offensive coordinator, there were some people scratching their heads saying, wait a minute, this guy, you know, he hadn't had a lot of success as a head coach. There were some things out there. Well, Lox did a terrific job when he came in. So I think, again, if you just look at Nick's track record and his history, this is something he's done quite often. When he brings someone in as an analyst, it's almost maybe like a year interview, a year sort of to groom him and to see, you know, what he thinks. Todd's worked for Nick too, so I think that's another thing. Defensively, almost all of Nick's defensive coordinators have been people who've worked under him, who know that defense. In fact, the only one that really sort of is an outlier would be Pete Golding when he brought him in 18.
Chris Lowe is with us at CeeLo ESPN on Twitter. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Back to what you said about Pruitt being unhireable. To what extent does Alabama have to get that cleared by Greg Sankey or the SEC? Is it NCAA level? Can you just dig a little deeper into that, Chris, on if Nick Saban said, hey, look, I know everything. I completely understand everything. I know the ruling hasn't come down. I still want this guy. What has to happen?
Well, there's no legislation blocking. There's no SEC legislation that says you cannot hire this guy. You know, we went through this a little bit with Hugh Freeze. Now, would Greg Sankey be jumping up and down about it? No. You know, is that a good thing if you're a school in the SEC who your commissioner is not real happy about who you hired? Probably not. Does Nick Saban really care what a lot of people think? No. I mean, he's going to do what he feels like is best for his program. So, no, there's nothing legislative in the SEC that would keep. Now, are there things that you have to do? Are there requirements per SEC bylaws that you have to follow to do this? Yeah, I mean, you go back again with the Freeze situation. I think you've got to have the chancellor go meet in Birmingham with Sankey. You've got to file all these reports. There's all these different things that you've got to do. As I say, hoops you got to jump through. But no, there's no legislation. I think the problem with any school, again, and I won't just say it's Alabama, but any school hiring a coach when there's uncertainty surrounding them, and they may get a show cause, they may get a couple of show causes, they may not. They may get multi-game suspensions. You know, would it be a 2-game suspension? Would it be a 5-game suspension? Then all those penalties hires those coaches, the school absorbs those penalties. You know, so let's say hypothetically, again, if you want to use Jeremy as an example, he got and I'm not suggesting he'll get us 2-year show cause. I don't know. Most people I talk to think he will. But at the end of the day, think about all the times that we've tried to predict what the NCAA will or won't do, and we're completely off base. You just never know. But if you're getting ready to hire a defensive coordinator as a head coach for the upcoming season, and you hire him, and all of a sudden he's got a couple show causes, he can't recruit anybody on or off campus, and you're trying to recruit a pass rusher, you're trying to recruit a cornerback, and he can't really be involved with the defensive coordinator, well, that's not ideal. Now, at Alabama, having Nick Saban there probably helps that situation. And then the suspension. Let's say there's suspensions involved. Well, you know, you've got, I don't know how many weeks of games that you can't be as a coordinator involved in any game plan. You can't be on the field. You can't be at the game. You can't be involved, period. I go back to Bruce Pearl. He had like a 10-game suspension, didn't he?
Well, and he couldn't recruit, I think, off campus. I think he was under that for 6 months, Chris. Yeah. So, and Auburn, look, and that was a situation where Auburn's like, hey, this is the only opportunity we got to hire Bruce Pearl. We'll swallow that. And, you know, they made the right decision there, obviously.
And I think Bruce's suspension was at Tennessee, now that I think about it.
Yes.
I think that was the suspension that Slibe levied on him after the NCAA hammer fell. So, in short, Cliff's notes, no, there's no legislation that says you cannot hire him. Are there difficulties if you hire somebody that has all these penalties, especially when there's suspensions that you have to absorb and show causes? Yeah, and to be honest, a lot of head coaches and a lot of administrations at universities just aren't willing to go down that road.
So tomorrow will be 2 years ago that Josh Heupel was hired by Tennessee. You wrote just a couple of days ago this new contract, $9 million a year. If I would have told you 2 years ago when he was hired that he'd be making $9 million a year going into the 2023 season, would you have believed it?
No, but I wouldn't have believed that Eli Drinkwitz was making 6, or Shane Beamer was making 6.5, or Sam Pittman 6.3, or for that matter, that Lane was making $9 million. I just think the market in the SEC right now it's monopoly money. 12 of the 14 coaches in the SEC right now make $6 million or more a year. 12. Nick, when they hired him in 2007, you guys were there.
Oh yeah,
in Birmingham. It was an 8-year, $32 million contract when they hired Nick at 2007. Mal Moore, still see him getting off the plane. And the rest of the college football world was like, good. If you're going to hire a football coach and pay him in college $4 million a year, you know, that's just crazy. Well, now here we are, and everybody but 2 coaches in the league are making more than 6. So, no, I wouldn't have believed that Josh would be at $9 million. But you know what? When you produce the way he did last year and you beat Alabama and you beat Florida, things Tennessee hasn't done for most of the last 2 decades, you beat Clemson in the Orange Bowl, and you create the momentum he did around Tennessee's program, a program that really had sort of wandered in the wasteland for much of the last 2 decades. You know, you want to reward those guys and sort of cash in on the momentum, which helps you on the recruiting trail and helps you in a lot of different places. So he's, about 5th now in the SEC in salary? And based on what he's done and sort of his start, that's probably where he should be when you look at what everybody else is making.
Have you seen the contract or heard anything? Did they carve out any Oklahoma, don't go to Oklahoma specific language in there?
No, but I think there's probably about as much chance that Josh Heupel would go back to Oklahoma as Hugh Freeze would go back to Ole Miss.
Wow.
Okay. It ain't happening. I don't think there's a lot of warm and fuzzy feelings with the way he exited Oklahoma, and so I don't think he's got any interest whatsoever. Bonuses went up. I think he gets $1 million if they win the national championship. I think his incentives to get to the SEC championship game went up. His incentives to finish in the top 5, the top 10. It's a pretty sweet contract. Now, his buyout. Let's say Tennessee wanted to buy him out. Let's say it's bad years. I think it starts. It's 100% of the contract going to 25, the end of the 25 season. So, I don't think this will happen. But let's say it's bad years each of the next 3 years. His contract runs to the 28th season. Tennessee would be on the hook for $27 million because it's still 100% of what's remaining on the contract. I think Josh's would be, if he were to leave, $8 million after the first year, and then it drops down to $6 million, all the way down to several years into the contract, I think $2 million. So it's a pretty good contract, and I think it's one that Tennessee had been working on for a while, and certainly wanted to lock him up because they feel like for the first time in a while, really across the board in the athletic department at Tennessee, that there's some solidarity and some continuity, which they've hardly ever had for the last decade plus.
All right, he is Chris Lowe. Follow all these stories with him at ESPN and on Twitter at CLoweESPN. Chris, thank you very much for the time as always. Great talking with you.
Sure thing, guys. Take care.
All right, buddy. You too, Chris, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. If you value his opinion, did not sound too positive about Alabama hiring Jeremy Pruitt. Now, doesn't mean it's not going to happen. Even he said that, but sounds like a lot of hurdles to jump there.
Boy, I would Todd Grantham. We've talked about this
I'm
before.
not a fan.
Does nothing for me.
Not a fan.
Todd Grantham with those athletes, though.
Oh, he's had athletes. Had athletes in Georgia.
Yeah.
I'm not a Todd Grantham guy.
Yeah.
And had athletes in Florida.
Neither is Landmine Believer. Oh, hell no on Grantham.
Yeah.
John, well, Chris Lowe just pissed on my Wheaties this morning. Thanks, pal.
I don't know if that was about Pruitt or about Grantham. I'm not sure.
I honestly believe Alabama fans that were so against Pete Golding would rather have Golding back than have Todd Grantham. I feel really confident about that.
I mean, again, look, far be it for me to question Nick Saban on coordinator hires. I think his history's shown he's pretty good at this. But I have never personally been a Todd Grantham fan. That is just my personal opinion.
Our friends at Wayne's, though, are a fan of all of you who are watching or listening. They're celebrating their 50th year in business, a good local company that has grown into a great regional company as well. Our friends at Wayne's, it's 50 years of business, and they want to say thank you to all the loyal customers and communities that they have served over the years and are serving right now. They are giving $50 off their pest, their termite, their lawn, or mosquito services. That offer is good for existing customers as they add services or as new customers. You'll see Brown spin the sign around here. New customers or existing customers. They're also stackable. So if you sign up for pest and lawn, you get $50 off each. That's $100 total in savings. 3 services, $150, and goes on and on and on. The offer is only good, though, through February the 28th. So you've got to act now. Go to the Wayne's website or call up Wayne's today and sign up. It's $50 off, celebrating 50 years with our friends at Wayne's, but you've got to use the promo code TNR. Promo code TNR with our friends at Wayne's right there. We appreciate them so much. So go check out Wayne's and celebrate 50 years and save a lot of money and use that promo code TNR.
The chat room is anti Grantham, man. They do not like Todd Grantham.
Todd Grantham or give up freedom. Make that a poll question.
I'll move to Thailand if Grantham is DC, and I'm not kidding.
February stars with that one over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room.
You guys ever wanted to go to Thailand?
I'd like to go to Thailand, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of places in front of that one. I'm going to have to get down a list before I get to Thailand.
Boy, there was a time like 20 years ago I really wanted to go to Thailand. Yeah. And now I think it would be too much. I think I'd probably be body bag back.
I've never desired Thailand, but I may not know what all is in Thailand. I may not know what I'm missing.
Yeah, just if you get a chance, I know it's not a priority, Google Thailand. It is a beautiful
It's a gorgeous country. Now, there's a lot of debauchery in Thailand.
Yeah,
and a lot of people go there for it.
In Bangkok.
Which
I bet Cliff Kingsbury is probably in Bangkok right now.
Is that how it got its name?
Could have. I don't know.
You've heard the song, One Night in Bangkok Makes a Hard Man Humble.
Yeah, absolutely. I have never wanted to go to Thailand. You are anti-Australia. How much is the flight to Thailand?
I'm not. Well, that's why I'm anti-Australia.
That's right.
No, it's a long flight.
El Tigre says 33 hours is what it took him. He says that in the chat room.
Our friend
He's
Sally
been 5 times?
5 times.
Our friend Sally went last year or 2 years ago, and she went with a group of people and absolutely loved it.
I think it was pre-pandemic, so maybe it was a little longer than that. 2019, maybe.
I don't think it was pre-pandemic.
You don't think so?
No, it might have been during the pandemic. I don't remember. Anyway, it was recently, but she said the flight wasn't that bad. But I think a flight to LA is bad.
Well, if you think LA's bad, you got to do Thailand.
LA's the stop on the way to Thailand from here.
Well,
you got to get to
I'm
LA.
about to do my longest flight ever in the next couple of months, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
So I'm baby stepping my way.
Yeah.
Baby step.
Well, what's that flight going to be? Do you know the time yet?
I think it's going to be 9 hours.
But not direct, right?
It'll be direct from
Kennedy?
Atlanta.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
from
yeah.
Atlanta.
Oh, Atlanta to London?
Yeah.
Yeah. LT's going to Europe. Great content coming.
European vacation.
Yeah.
No, I'll be sending stuff over.
Yeah. By the way, LT's already saying he's lost the bracket challenge, so he's going to London penalty. Taking the company credit card, staying at the 5-star hotels.
Hey, I'll go.
Punishment.
I'll go on and say I will go to Bangkok is my punishment if he
Well,
doesn't.
you
do
know.
that.
Oh, well,
All
yeah.
right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I bet Reed would love to hear that, wouldn't he?
A stake bet update before LT tells us about Dr. B. Let's do a stake bet. Give me a number on this SEC Big 12 challenge that you're comfortable with, since I'm such a prude now with stakes because I'm 6 up.
Okay, no, here's the thing. So 10 games, me and Brown had to stretch to find 4 wins. You had 1 win, so I think we hit it in the middle. The over-under is 2.5. If the SEC wins 3 games or more, I win. If they win 2 or less, you win.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
So you've got 2 or less wins.
Yeah, I'm 2.5, and I take the under on that. So to me, Alabama, Kentucky, Tennessee are the toss-up games. I don't think I don't think the SEC has a shot in the rest of them.
You don't think Missouri has a shot?
I don't.
You don't think LSU has a shot?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
It's Texas Tech's 2 bad teams.
So I'm telling you, I feel like unless all 3 of the SEC win those 3 toss-up games for me is the only way I can lose. So I'll take that stake bet. I got 2.5. I'll take the under 2.5.
So
for
now
SEC
you get
wins.
to pull against the SEC.
Oh, I will not pull against the SEC. It's going to be a joyous Saturday for me now, regardless.
Well, yeah, I mean, you
Either
got the luxury of
SEC
having a
will
bunch
flex,
of stakes.
the SEC will flex, or I'll win another stake.
That's right.
Either
It's
way.
a win-win.
I will bring you a steak on Saturday so you can enjoy your steak while you're watching this.
Royal Payne with a great point here. He says, listen, you guys are always talking about content. He says, what better content than a New York butcher shop steak that the loser buys? The grilling master, what's your term?
The Grilling King.
The
was what it
Grilling
used to be.
King
Yeah.
cooks it up for us, and we roll cameras while we eat our steaks and drink our wines.
The only reason I don't want to do that is, and I'm fine doing it, but I just want to tell everybody up front that's going to watch the video, it'll be the greatest steak Jim's ever had, and he would complain about it just because he doesn't want to tell me that I grill a great steak.
That is not true. That's not true. That's not true.
That's
not true. I cannot. When's the last time you grilled a steak? I mean, that night we were at Wimp's, God bless you. I mean, you were dealing with, I don't know what the grade is under grade A, but that's the beef you were dealing with.
And I didn't have my accoutrements.
Yeah, but I can tell you this.
I was dependent on Wimp.
And I bet you grill a great steak.
And I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it.
But I could take New York Butcher's Wagyu, and I could throw it on my gas grill, and I could put it up against whatever you do.
Gas grill. Come on, man. Don't say stupid stuff like that.
Here's the heat coming from him over there,
Gas
not
grill?
me.
Yeah, you're going to cook what? First of all, you're cooking Wagyu on a gas grill?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're...
This is what you were talking about yesterday, Dunaway.
You wear open-toe shoes with your suit, too?
A gas grill?
Yeah. And it's fantastic. I don't have to deal with all that bullshit of, like, having to heat it up and wait an hour.
Look, man, it's your steak. If you want to ruin it, go right ahead.
I mean, you don't like put stuff on other than just a little salt and pepper.
Oh, not a Wagyu, no.
Or just on any steak. just
Oh,
season
no,
it,
no.
right?
I do steaks. I mean, I do many different ways.
This.
Many different ways.
Let's do this. You cook yours. I'll cook mine. We'll have multiple people blind taste both, and I guarantee you, 75% of people will come to my gas grilled Wagyu.
We do have multiple people up here. We could all behind the glass. Tyler, are you? Everybody behind the glass. You're up for eating steaks one day, and we be the judges.
Oh yeah, bring some Wagyu in.
Yeah.
Tyler, yeah, I'll just take the Wagyu.
Okay, I've got to ask now. Do you even know what Wagyu is?
Yeah, it's a Japanese steak, and it's like a butter base on it, isn't it? It's like a creamier flavor.
Yeah, it's a creamier flavor. Yeah, it's the way the cattle are raised.
He knows just enough about everything.
He does.
He does. He
does. Yeah. A little too much about Madden, but yes, he does know. All right, so that is our steak bet update we have today. Dr. B's got LT's hair looking so good, even though he's close to a gas grill too much.
You'll singe it on that thing.
Hey, one thing I did notice, so not only this little patch is what really started to thin, but now that I've started this treatment from Dr. B, over the last month, I've started to notice really thickness on the other part of the hair that I wasn't even worried about. I mean, this treatment is working all over the head right now. My hair's 14% thicker, and that was just the last time that I saw Dr. B, which was a couple of months ago, so I'm sure it's even better than that now. I'm on that second phase, already have significant growth. Dr. Beckenstein is the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. He takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. T3hair.net for more information. That's T3hair.net. Dr. B will use his experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit KingRealEstateSchool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 23rd kickoff. That's KingRealEstateSchool.com. King Real Estate School, license number 154952.
The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store. All right, we continue on The Next Round. You can join us, 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. Do not forget the World of Wills is coming to Birmingham. It is the 52nd annual O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wills, February 3rd, 4th, and 5th at the BJCC. It includes hot rods, race cars, antique cars, classic cars, custom imports, motorcycles, all displayed creatively. You can also see a 30-minute concert from Thompson Square Friday night. They'll be at 6 o'clock. Autograph session with the band following. Joe and Amanda from Iron Resurrection on Saturday. Jimmy Walker, JJ, he's on with us next Thursday. He'll be there Sunday the 5th. Signing autographs, taking photos. You can see more, worldofwills.net, or purchase tickets in advance at any Birmingham area O'Reilly Auto Parts.
And we'll be out there next Friday with our live show, correct? Our specialty show?
A specialty show, yes.
Yeah, Friday afternoon into the early evening. So we look forward to being out there with our friends at the World of Wills. How many different ways can you cook steak? I mean, there's the gas grill, right? The gas grill.
Yeah, you can actually do it in a skillet. I've done it before, but you have to actually cut the fillet in half.
Unless you want it super rare, yeah.
Yeah, or unless you want it super charred, which I don't mind the
way,
Pittsburgh on one side.
I'm not a big char fan. That's one thing I don't like. I mean, that's why when I say I think I grill a great steak, I grill it to my taste, and I don't like a lot of char on my meat. Do you like char on yours?
I don't mind a little bit of char, just a little bit.
I love it. That's my favorite part.
You know, it's funny. I'm getting killed for. Somebody says I can't even respect a man that owns a gas grill. So I used to have the gas grill,
right?
Because we used to have a sponsor where they put a modern home product on my deck right outside of my kitchen. It's so convenient. And then I had the Kamado Joe, the ceramic grill, outside, out back. And I never used the ceramic grill. And so I gave it away.
Oh, did you? I didn't know you gave it away.
Yeah, I gave it to one of our friends.
So gas, black skillet, what are some others, the ways to cook it?
You can actually do it in the oven, but I've never
you
done
can
one.
broil them. A lot of the high-end steakhouses broil. You can do it over, you can do it over charcoal. You can do it over
Cowboys did it over a fire.
Cowboys did it over a wood fire. You know, I like it's on a spit over a fire. I like mine over generally over hickory.
Yeah.
But most of your lump charcoal
in a smoker is the way you do yours, or?
Well, I mean, it can be a smoker, but I'm not smoking it. I'm grilling it. Yeah.
But you do yours in a ceramic, right?
Yeah.
It's a pain in the ass. I mean, look, they're great grills, and a lot of people have. Like, I think you enjoy doing the process.
I like the process. Absolutely.
I love going out there, lighting it, getting it up to 400, 450 degrees, throwing the steak on it. 10 minutes later, I'm done. It's that simple.
What's pronounced as? Is it sous vide?
Sous vide is another way of doing it. So sous vide is
that where I just pour hot water on it?
I mean, that for lack of a better explanation, yes. Okay. You basically cook it in a bag. And people, I tell you what, there are a lot of people that once they have sous vide, they swear by it. They will not do it any other way.
It looks very bland to me.
The cast iron, what Troy's saying, which we brought up, it is amazing.
It is. It's not. I do not like it that way, but a lot of people do the cast iron. I mean, listen, man, a lot of people think you have to sear it to lock in the juices. A lot of people say that is complete hogwash, that you don't sear it to lock in the juices, that you can actually see the juices escaping as you sear it. It's stupid. So, I mean, again, that's why I say everybody likes it done a different way. That's why I know we joke a lot about it on the show. I would never say I could cook the best steak you've ever eaten because you like it a different way than I like it, or Lance. I mean, that's...
No, I just like steak. So I like it. I like all steaks.
I had a great steak last night.
So I like all steaks. But I too do not love the black skillet. I don't like that. I don't mind when it's oven broiled.
Yeah, that's how my steak was done last night.
but I like it done at a place that has that they can heat it up. I can't do it in my house the way they do it.
Oh, they're
at our
boiling
place
that
like
at
at the Oak House,
900 degrees.
Yeah,
or
right.
something. Yeah. You're not going to be able to do that.
So that's what the Oak House one. I like that now. I like that. And I think they broil theirs.
Yeah, and so I'm different than a lot of people. I cook mine way up off the flame. I get my grills up to 800, 850 degrees, but it's way up. I try to keep the flame from touching it very much just because I don't like the char on the meat. Again, it's just the way I like it. Not everybody likes it that way.
But see, I do like a little crunchy on the edges. I like a little flavor, a little burnt edge. Doesn't bother me.
We've gone,
but I like it medium rare.
I've never heard you order at Pittsburgh.
He did one time.
Yeah,
one
but
time. I was there for it.
I don't love it Pittsburgh.
But I don't think you realized what you were ordering the night you did that. I think you got caught up in the excitement.
No, I mean, everybody else, our buddy C. Stu was there that night.
And
that's
he
the
ordered
way
at Pittsburgh,
and I said, what's that? And he goes, oh, do you like crunchy edges? I do like crunchy edges. I don't want the whole thing to be crunchy edge.
It's a hockey puck on the outside and a live cow on the inside, basically. Yeah,
that's too much.
Yeah,
that's what you get if you can't do it right in the skillet.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Not a good Pittsburgh in a hurry.
So now I want steak.
I do too. Can we
call him the show?
We can call Jim. I just don't know if Jim cuts them up.
He just
and
doesn't
he'll dust them.
Yeah.
I just don't know if he's got a way to actually cook them.
It's up to you to get the heat on them. Yeah.
You think we got a grill in this facility somewhere?
I would say no. Our friends at Bass might have one.
How many times will we have to shock the steak to get it cooked over here with our little life-saving thing we had dropped off yesterday?
Hey,
do you guys?
I'm almost medium rare. Hang on.
Do you guys ever use the community grill when you're at the beach?
I try to avoid that. I go heavy clean when I do, not just because I'm afraid
it's going to burn off.
A fire's going to kill anything. Yeah. I don't know what flavors have been on there before or fish. I don't want my meat tasting fishy. Yeah.
I've never done it, but I mean, people do it all of the time.
I don't use community grills, no. Or community showers either.
But I'll be honest,
I try not to use community toilets.
You will still can starve.
I don't like driving. I really don't like cooking.
Oh, I love grilling.
Yeah.
That's why, you're looking for fast. I'm not. I don't mind it being an all-afternoon process.
That's why the roommate likes to cook. And I'd rather go out to eat.
Yeah. I mean, that's worth a poll question somewhere in here. But I'm with you, Brown. When I'm grilling, I like to turn on some music.
That's right.
I like to mix me a drink or four.
Sit out and enjoy the outdoors.
Sit out and enjoy the outside, and then smell the smoke.
That's right. It's part of it.
The wood burning. I like that.
I don't mind that a couple of times a year, but I'm just saying I'm not going to do that every week. Not going to happen.
I think I do it, and when we get to grilling season, we're not at yet. I think I do it a couple of times a week.
I do love grilling season.
Yeah. Here's to grilling season.
Yes, cheers.
Here's to grilling season.
I'm ready for the cold to be done. I will tell you that.
I will tell you that I apparently am out of the coffee club here. Kelsey just made some coffee. I saw it delivered to the back row. You guys drinking coffee back there, Forrester? You got coffee today?
I do have coffee.
Yeah, very good. None in here. It's a nice balmy 46 in here, but no hot coffee for me. Let's get back to this Todd Grantham discussion real quick. Where did Todd Grantham go wrong for you guys if he ends up being the defensive coordinator in Tuscaloosa? Give me Todd Grantham's best years and help us out in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Where was Todd Grantham really good?
This guy has been everywhere. He's kind of the if you were going to go on if Larry Brown was an assistant coach instead of a head coach. So Virginia Tech, Michigan State, the Colts, the Texans, the Browns, the Cowboys, Georgia, Louisville, Mississippi State, Florida, and presently at Alabama.
Where was he his best? Where was the Todd Grantham? If you're saying, Todd, give me one season, Todd Grantham, give me one season.
Well, I'll just do it. Scoring defense, do we want to use that? His year at State, they gave up 20 points a game. That was when he was with Dan Mullen at State, and then he went to Florida with Dan Mullen. So let's just follow him from there.
Didn't seem like Dan and him always got along.
I don't think Dan and most people get along.
Well, and both of those guys, Todd and Dan, don't seem like they would be easy personalities to blend with.
Yeah. By the way, Dan Mullen saying not a candidate in Tuscaloosa. I never thought he would be. Just did not.
Georgia, 2012, 19 a game at Georgia. 2013 at Georgia, Todd Grantham gave up 29 a game.
So he was
bad.
He was with Mark Richt.
With Mark Richt at Georgia. So after that, he went to Louisville. I'm just going to do SEC because I think that's the most informative, right? So 2017 at Mississippi State, 20 a game. I think that's where we're going to find Todd Grantham a lot, by the way, is 20 a game. 2018 at Florida with Dan Mullen, 20 a game. 2019 at Florida, his best defense was 15 a game. I guess we can come back to see why he did well in 2019. But 15 a game was the best so far in his SEC days. 2 more years at Florida, he had 30 a game in 2020. And in 2021 at Florida, Jim, 26 a game. Not good. 2019 is his one good year.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
There's your coffee, Jeff.
Thank you, man.
Have you bended the knee for it?
Bent the knee.
It is cold in here. Oh, look at these cups. Are these like velvet cups or something?
Velvet cups.
Feel how soft that cup
No
is.
expense spared here at Double Down Media. We got velvet cups.
Have you ever felt a cup like that?
I may probably not. I don't know.
Fill
Boy,
this
it
cup.
smells good.
Fill that cup.
Wow, Jim. It's nice and warm, too.
Well,
love the smell of coffee.
Yeah, now that your nose has been in here.
Shut up.
Sometimes I think you don't realize how long your nose is.
Never hesitates to take a shot. So, I mean, really, I just read you stats that Alabama fans outside of 1 year, and I gave you basically a decade of stats.
Yeah, sign me up for 20 a game.
Yeah, I mean,
sign me up.
a decade of stats, and I mean, Alabama fans are going, hate that. And guys, he was coaching Georgia and Florida. I mean, he had
that's
athletes.
the thing. He's had great athletes,
Yeah.
and it's just been an average job. It's amazing
Wait,
he
are
continues
we,
to get
are we
these
saying
jobs.
20 a game is not good?
No,
it's not great.
But Pete Golding was doing 20 a game.
Oh,
I mean,
sign me up for 20 a game
are
right
you
now.
serious?
Yeah. If you're going to tell me nobody scores more than 20?
I think under 20 is what you're looking for, just based on the history of Alabama football under Saban.
Alabama gave up 18 points a game this year, and they were ready to get rid of that. All right.
I think it was a mistake, ready to get rid of him.
18 this year, 20 last year in 2021. In 2020, Alabama gave up 19. In 2019, Alabama gave up 18. I mean, Pete Golding's barely even been over 20, 18 in 2018.
Why'd they want to get rid of him?
Well, I mean, why would you replace him with 20 points a game? Is what you said sign you up for. That's getting worse.
Right now, the job's open.
What's getting worse? I Todd Grantham. Again, now look, Nick Saban knows way more football than me. If he likes Todd Grantham, there's a reason. Because as Chris Lowe said, you can hire a lot of guys right here that might not be a name that you recognize like Jeremy Pruitt or Todd Grantham.
Oh, I think Alabama fans would 100% rather have a name that they've never even heard of
than Todd Grantham.
Yeah.
Let's roll that Cowan Equipment poll question out there. Phrase it up for us there. Do you want Todd Grantham as your DC?
If you're an Alabama fan, maybe Taylor can get creative with some responses. But Todd Grantham, if Alabama hired Todd Grantham as your defensive coordinator, your reaction would be, and Taylor can come up with 4 creative responses. I trust Taylor.
Yeah. All right. That's brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
While we're talking coaching, Washington State extended the contract of Jake Dickert yesterday through 2027. He was 7-6 last year. They go contract extension for him, but it did feel like that he moved that program in a positive direction. Why? Some close losses. Why did it feel like it was a positive year at Washington State?
I mean, it wasn't a bad team.
They'd sort of lost their way between Mike Leach. They had they lost a coach, right?
They had Nick Rolovich, who he refused to take the vaccine.
The COVID situation.
And it was all Washington State employees were required to do it.
Yeah, and he lost his job because I thought he had them headed in the right direction.
Yeah, look, I mean, early on he beat Wisconsin on the road, so that was kind of the signature win. They didn't have a good middle of the season, but still 7-5 in Pullman and going to a bowl game. I mean, that's not a bad year, and especially when you can have a couple of big wins like Wisconsin.
Yeah, so 7-6, and he gets the contract extension through 2027. And then yesterday, the Senior Bowl, we find out that Stetson Bennett is not going to be in the Senior Bowl. Now, here's the twist on this. Stetson wasn't invited to play in the Senior Bowl. But then Jim Nagy and them were like, well, maybe we can make room for Stetson. Then Stetson comes back and says, I'm not interested.
Wait, so what is the roster? I mean, I'm a little confused that Senior Bowl that Stetson Bennett, with all of his accolades, wouldn't be invited.
Well, usually, and Brown can clean up the pieces here for me, but usually Jim Nagy is so in tune with the NFL that basically they invite people that the NFL is interested to see in their workouts for a week. I mean, it's not just, hey, they do some of the, you're a great college player.
Well, I mean, Stetson Bennett's one of those guys that could sell tickets, but I believe if I was an NFL GM, I would be interested in talking to Stetson and watching him work out because I don't think it's far-fetched to say Stetson Bennett will take some snaps in the NFL. I just don't.
Well, Stetson will go to the NFL Combine. I don't know if that list is out yet or do individual workouts. But if I'm Stetson Bennett, I understand why he's not going to go down there because he will not score well, I don't think.
I don't think they've announced their quarterbacks yet. That's the thing. I can't tell you who all the quarterbacks are. But so are you telling me, because I didn't follow the story, so are you telling me this is a little bit like the opening scene to Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid?
I don't remember that movie, but yes.
They're playing cards, and the guy wants him to leave. He goes, if he invites me to stay, I'll leave.
Yeah.
And Robert Redford's like, just invite him to stay, and he'll leave. If he invites me to stay, I'll leave. But the guy wouldn't invite him. So is that what it was? Like, Stetson Bennett's like, oh, I didn't get invited? Well, okay, you're invited. Nah, I can't come.
Well, I think there'd been some discussion about it. And Jim Nagy says there was about carving out a place for Stetson Bennett. And then Stetson says, I'm not interested in going. So I don't know if anyone was reaching out on Stetson's behalf. I'm not familiar with all the details of the story.
You're not going to get a Bryce Young or a C.J. Stroud. I don't think it's outside and I don't think you're going to get Will Levis.
If I'm Will Levis, I stay as far away from workouts as I can.
I do too. I mean, right now,
I'm going to play these cards that you guys have given me here already.
Okay.
These pocket aces, going to hold on to these right here.
You could probably get an Anthony Richardson, though.
Here are some guys that have been invited to play quarterbacks. Max Duggan, no surprise. Jay Kaner, not surprised. Jaron Hall, not surprised from BYU. Clayton Tune, Houston. I mean, I would put Stetson right there with Clayton Tune. Tyson Bagent of Shepherd, he's a Division II star.
Well, that tells you somebody in the NFL wants to see
the
that
NFL
kid.
folks want to see him.
Yeah. But, somebody in the chat room just said that Kuiper, and I've only gone through Kuiper's first round, but he's got Stetson Bennett in the third round. If he's worthy of a third-round selection.
Yeah. It's a great point by Eddie. Maybe you're not allowed to play in the Senior Bowl when you're that old.
I did see somebody say he's bypassed the Senior Bowl for the Senior Citizen Bowl.
All right. Much more to come here on the show that's being brought to you in part today by our friends at Precision Sports, trying to get you back in the game of life, but also our friends at Precision Sports giving you an update on some injuries in the NFL. Pat Mahomes says yesterday, I'm in. Don't worry about me. Jalen Hurts says, yeah, my throwing shoulder is not perfect, but I'm in. I'm going to play. No practice yesterday, though, for Christian McCaffrey. He's dealing with a little bit of a calf injury. But they expect McCaffrey, Elijah Mitchell, and Deebo Samuel, who all did not practice or was limited yesterday, to be full go for the 49ers this weekend. That update brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports.
Hey, 2023, a new year. There are new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Did you tweak your shoulder putting up those Christmas decorations? Injured your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care, it's better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or online precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Now at 205-734-0923.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Fall is here and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round as we roll on here. Let's see how creative Taylor was with the answers. If Alabama hired Todd Grantham as DC, your reaction would be, rather have Pete Golden. Anything's greater than Pete Golden. The dynasty is over. Or other.
Other.
Yeah.
That would be interesting what people say other is.
And then you get those in the chat room. It's amazing to me how the fan bases know who to hire better than the actual head coach, Nick Saban, does. But you said that a couple of times. You trust Nick Saban if he hires the guy, right?
I've been about as clear as on that as I can be, is that far be it from me, if Nick Saban likes the guy, he gets coordinator hires right almost all the time. I can't – I mean, really since the early Major Applewhite – snafu early on, give me the coordinator hire he's gotten wrong.
That's right. It's in Saban you trust, right? Put that on a T-shirt.
Yeah, I mean, the one you could argue would be Tosh Lupoi. I mean, that I don't think went very well.
But oftentimes I feel like in Nick Saban's case, oftentimes you end up having to you balance on the field coaching and recruiting prowess, right? Somebody who's a great recruiter, Tosh Lupoi, great recruiter, especially at that time on getting Alabama to the West Coast and bringing in some West Coast talent. Tosh Lupoi was fantastic at that, so you wanted to give him a shot.
That's right, you did, but
on the field.
On the field, I mean, I think he was I think it got to the point where he knew he was either giving Tosh Lupoi the defensive coordinator job or losing him. And I'm going to guess he felt like I can build a good enough staff around him. It just didn't work, though.
I would say Doug Nutzmeyer, but you won national championship.
I thought Nutzmeyer was underrated personally.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Dale Satterfield over here, Dale. B.O.B., Bill O'Brien, Tosh and Golding were wrong choices. Griffin, Lupoi, Golding, Loxley, Bill O'Brien, wrong choices.
I mean, Loxley had you in a national championship game. So did Bill O'Brien.
I mean, my goodness, guys. Golding was the DC on the national championship team.
The problem is the standard now is Sark and Kiffin.
Yeah.
That's what everybody wants.
Yeah, but I mean, when you guys
Kirby and
Pruitt. Yeah.
When you guys start looking at Loxley and Golding and Lupoi, and go back and look at those guys. And if you get a second, you're ever in a room with Nick Saban, ask him, did Pete Golding, Mike Loxley, or Tosh Lupoi bring in anybody recruiting-wise, that led to a national championship? Anybody at all? Yes, they did. They were unbelievable recruiters.
Yeah, Loxley in 18, that offense, 45 points a game. I mean, and played for the national championship, by the way.
Yep. Now, they got blitzed that night.
No, they did. No,
Yeah.
the night in Santa Clara was awful.
But
awful night.
Good chances that that 18 Clemson team was pretty darn good.
You know, because if you go back to 2017 and Brian Dable, who I think we can all agree Brian Dable's a really good football coach.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody got a problem with that?
Brian might be your NFL coach of the year.
But my God, you guys did not like him over in the chat room back when he was coaching.
Well,
Brian
37
Dable.
points a game, but I think Dable, and I'd love to know this because this is one of those fascinating, if you could really know what happened at Alabama football, one of the most fascinating stories to me would be in 2017. How much did Brian Dable want to go to Tua Tagovailoa? Because almost everybody in that program told you he was the better quarterback. But Nick Saban, I would say to Nick Saban's credit, but it can be to his detriment, that he is a very loyal person. Like he was loyal to Pete Golding. He would have been loyal to Bill O'Brien. He was loyal to Jalen Hurts.
He was, and with good reason.
But that reason was declining.
It was.
But, I mean, he got them to a national championship game.
He did, but when they went to Tua, you could tell an immediate difference.
To me, the most ballsiest move in game in college football history.
But if he had done it a couple of weeks earlier, I mean, the warning signs were there all along, and I always go back to that Mississippi State game.
But the outcome would have been the same.
The only difference would have been you might have won the Iron Bowl. You might have won the Iron Bowl and not put yourself in that position. I don't know if they would have or not. But they might have.
You guys, I mean, crap the bed is what was being said about Mike Loxley in that national championship game. First off, it starts with the inability to cover one particular receiver on defense of Clemson. That's where that game started to go south.
And didn't Bo Scarborough get hurt? Second half?
No, that was a different
game.
One. That was the Tampa
in
game.
Tampa.
Okay.
Yeah, the Santa Clara game is where Loxley got blitzed.
Scarborough got hurt in the Steve Sarkisian standalone game when Kiffin had been told to go into Florida
I think
Atlantic.
people forget, though, that Santa Clara game, although it was a blowout, Alabama was so close offensively, and that doesn't count. I know it doesn't matter because the result is the result, but it just seemed like every bad break. And the defense, by the way, gave up massive plays.
That was my point, is they could not cover, especially one particular
Justin
DB
Ross.
could not cover Justin Ross.
Yeah,
could
not at
not
all.
cover him at all. Tua, I think, had was it a pick six in that game? Or a bad
very
interception?
early.
Yeah,
Very early.
That
Yeah.
sort of set the tone of the game. Was not a good Tua game.
Yeah, I was prepared to say Justin Ross is going to be the next Jerry Rice after watching that.
100%. And for those, I mean, there was somebody that's going so fast over the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, and we love that. We just wish our screen was bigger at times.
It's a pretty big screen, too.
But somebody said Lane Kiffin spoiled us. Please go back to how you felt about Lane Kiffin in the Ohio State College Football Playoff loss of 2014. You guys were griping about Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
He's not doing this. He's not doing that. How did you feel about Lane Kiffin in the Washington College Football Playoff win? In Atlanta, you guys were like, and then so much so Nick Saban fired him the next day.
You know,
Fired him.
Sarkisian is the gold standard offensively. And I used to think Alabama fans thought Kirby was the gold standard defensively, but more and more I hear that they think Jeremy Pruitt was. So I think that one, I don't know, but Sarkisian was the best of the coordinators. The best of the offensive coordinators, Steve Sarkisian. I mean, those offenses were just...
No, I agree. But, as Lane Kiffin had great talent to work with, I think Sark had the best you've ever had.
Yeah, and again, Sark got hamstrung a little bit. In 19, he lost his quarterback. I mean, stop me if you've heard this one before. Tua Tagovailoa got hurt. Or was that... No, that was 19.
I mean, compare the quarterbacks, though, that Sark had to Lane Kiffin.
Well, he had Tua Tagovailoa and Mac Jones.
Blake Sims.
Lane Kiffin had Blake Sims, Jay Coker, who he didn't want to start. He didn't want to start Jay Coker. He wanted to start Cooper Bateman, and it ended up Coker was the better quarterback.
Sark had Jalen, Tua, and... Yeah, Jalen and Tua.
Yeah, Jalen...
You know that beautiful mind GIF where the guy's sitting there and it's got all these numbers and shapes and things going by in front of him.
Mac Jones.
What GIF am I thinking about? Where it's
that's from The Hangover. That's Zach Galifianakis.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So, but that GIF that's out there and it's all the it's a take on the beautiful mind, right?
Right.
That's you when you're trying to figure out. When Tua was injured and you were like,
Yeah.
Which game was that?
Yeah.
That he was injured
Well,
there?
yeah, it was 2019 because you had to go to Mac Jones, and Mac Jones turned out to be really threw 2 bad pick sixes against Auburn, which, got Alabama beat in the Iron Bowl. But Mac Jones, by and large, is pretty good. But when he had Tua, Sark, those offenses, but he took it to the next level with Mac Jones. He did have Jalen Hurts in that one game you're talking about there, Lance. And then you went to Dable, who had Hurts to Tua. And then you had Mike Loxley, who was the one guy that had healthy Tua pretty much his whole time there.
Lunsford, let's do this like they used to do on 24-hour, they still do, 24-hour news cycle. Can you build us a graphic dynasty in crises? Make it red, make it bold, and we'll put it around the edges here. Dynasty in crises.
I don't know why you're...
As Alabama searches for the next coordinator.
You're overplaying this, Dunaway. Alabama won 11 games, and they were number... 5th nationally.
Oh, I'm not. I'm watching the chat room over here.
That's not the bar, man.
I'm watching the chat room here. Dynasty in crisis over here as Todd Grantham's in the mix.
So can you imagine if Alabama has a number, another season where they go 11-2 and only end up number 5? Saban's done.
We need a theme song too, Lunsford. Dynasty in crisis.
It's got to have a hard beat to it. Boom.
Yeah. All right. When we come back, let's do a little bit of the NFL Championship weekend coming up. But also, at some point over the next few days, we need to start discussing punishment for bracket challenge at some point.
I've got a couple of good ones on my mind.
Oh, okay. All right.
So a little bit on the NFC Championship weekend when we come back, and then LT will start the ball rolling down the hill or up the hill, however you want to go up or down a hill, about what our bracket challenge punishment can be this year. What would you like to see us do? That is part of the conversation as we move on today. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie, getting you in the game for this championship weekend.
Yeah, MyBookie.ag. Let's check in on those NFC and AFC championship lines there at MyBookie.ag. See if we've had any movement during the show.
You have. It's been moving.
Eagles -2.5. Look who's favored in the AFC now.
Mahomes walked good in a news conference yesterday. Mahomes walked to the... Mahomes walked...
It's the Mahomes clone. -1, the Chiefs, -2.5, the Eagles. You can play those games at MyBookie.ag. Hey, what?
Hold on. Landmine Believer says losers should have to go to the AVN Awards next year. Listen, I will pick 16 over 1 all day long to go there.
Jeez. So I bet that place stinks. Hey, MyBookie.ag code next round.
I bet it's slick.
50, yeah,
slip and fall
on the floor. $50 or more, you get a cash bonus instantly in your MyBookie account. Now you're saying, I get that anywhere. Oh, you get it a lot of places. I don't deny that. But you know what you don't get? You don't get to play it one time and it become yours. Most places, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times you have to play it before it becomes yours. Not at MyBookie.ag. Code next round, and you get that deposit bonus. Play those NFL playoff games this weekend. The college hoops. Dunaway's giving you a ton of winners in the SEC Big 12 Challenge.
It's a lock.
Go play all of those.
Rock, chalk, Jayhawk. Is that the way it goes?
Kind of. Yeah. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself, so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
It is the Season of Speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the Season of Speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, a little NFL conversation, then we'll get back to our basketball meltdown from last night in some places. And but is it fair to say that Alabama fans were a little worried after what they saw last night against Mississippi State, or do you think that the basketball community with Alabama's mature enough now to understand it's a long, long season?
Yeah, I mean, look, you go back to, just in a football game, you have some bad performances. As long as you survive and advance, it's not that big of a deal. Alabama shot 36%. They were terrible behind the arc. I mean, they couldn't. They were 5 of 28. They just didn't play well last night, but they still won.
I think a lot of Alabama fans, like I brought it up to Richard Hendrix, what Nick Saban always says, and we're never too far away from football here in this state, is you hope it doesn't take a loss to learn. And maybe Alabama learned last night without having to take a loss. And if so, then that's great.
But even in a loss, I don't think Alabama fans would be that alarmed.
Number 2, Alabama wins at 66-63 over Mississippi State. 9 straight, 8-0 in the SEC now. It was their closest contest since back pre-conference when they beat Houston, Memphis, and North Carolina by a combined 11 points. So the team had been tested before last night, but not in conference play. Mississippi State gave them a great effort last night. On the other end of the state, Texas A&M and number 15 Auburn. Texas A&M was not in the conversation yet for Lenardi in the NCAA tournament. That changes now as they get a quality road win at Auburn, ending Auburn's 28-game home win streak, 79-63. Tyrese Radford had a game, 30 points for him. And to me, that's where the game was won. A&M's guards were better than Auburn's guards last night.
Yep, they were. And Wendell Green did not have an awful game. He did turn it over 4 times, but as a lot of people have pointed out, it's those tall guards that give Auburn problems because Wendell Green's not tall. I mean, he ain't going to grow. He is who he is. And when you got some taller guards that could stay with him, it's trouble.
Yeah, and Bruce Pearl and our buddy Ron Slay, who was on the show yesterday, who I thought was really good on the broadcast last night. I don't know if it was the dish everyone wanted served last evening, but he was a ball of energy and a really charismatic guy with Tom Hart in the broadcast last night. As he had said yesterday, and he said it on the broadcast again last night, Bruce Pearl's very honest about Auburn's schedule, their front nine is a lot easier than their back nine, so they're getting to a tougher part of the schedule. And as Bruce said, that was one of the top 4 teams in the league, and it'll be interesting to see where Auburn goes from here.
Well, and that's what we were talking about before the show with our social media director, Taylor Corn. Little T is a Auburn grad and was beat up about the loss last night, and we were pointing out to her, you're going to have to buckle up, man, because it's about to get really tough schedule-wise. Doesn't mean Auburn's going to lose the games, but they are wrapping up the breather part of their SEC schedule.
La Tech and UAB tonight, 8 o'clock down at Bartow Arena, CBS Sports Network. For that one, this hour of the show brought to you in part by our friends at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com. Sterling and the crew down there, wonderful place to go for lunch or dinner, and for your office parties, for your tailgates, for watching the Super Bowl even. Get a to-go order, champyschicken.com. I love the Southern fried chicken plates, the hand-cut chicken fingers, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. Everything on that menu is fantastic. Highway 119 in Alabaster, worth the drive. It is champyschicken.com. Speaking of Alabaster, a little personal question. What would you guys do? My school, I went to Thompson, the old school there, the elementary and the high school, that building right there on 119 is about to be demolished in February. They're tearing it down. I mean, they've had a new school twice over since then, but the actual building is now going to be taken to the ground, and they're opening it up February the 9th for about 3 or 4 hours for people to walk through the halls one more time. Should I make a point to go walk through the halls one more time of where I went to elementary school 1st through 5 and high school 9 through 12?
Well, I would ask you this. Have you done it since?
No. I haven't. I guess I've gone inside the new one a couple of times for different things, but I have not been back inside that building probably since, in 40 years. The day Bear Bryant died, I think it's the last time I went inside Thompson High School because Mrs. Wall, my 9th grade teacher, was a big Alabama fan, and I didn't know if she'd heard the news, so I went by there to see her.
Oh, so you'd already graduated, and you went by and told her?
Yeah, went by and told her.
So this is the anniversary of that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a should I go or not go?
I think the point Lance was getting to is it's meant so little to you over the last 40 years. You've never been back. But
it's not the high school anymore. It's just a building there now. I don't know what they've been using it for.
My childhood home, I lived at the same home my entire childhood growing up. My parents didn't sell it until just a few years back.
Right.
So I came home from the hospital, lived that in my entire life in that house until I left, to go off and be my own man. And when my parents sold it, they're about to move out, my wife said, "Look, do you need to go back one more time?" She just wanted to make sure I didn't regret anything. I was like, "No, man, I lived 20 years in that house. I don't need to go back and see it. I've saw it for 20 years. What do I need?"
You didn't want to walk around the upstairs corner one more time or anything?
Not really, no.
Do you remember the whole layout of the house?
Absolutely. You could drive me at that house right now. I could close my eyes and not touch a wall. I could hit every hallway, every turn. My gosh, I lived there forever. But when we sold the house we live in now, when we moved from the previous house, my wife, my oldest daughter had taken her first steps in there. Our youngest daughter had come home from the hospital in that house. My wife had a tough time leaving that house. It's just never, a house is brick and mortar to me. I don't really care.
Right. We've had 2 houses before where we're living now, and our agent, our real estate agent, a nice gift that she gives after we close on the next house. She gives you a hand-drawn picture of the house that you just sold with her.
She draws a house?
I don't know if she draws it or gets somebody done, but it's framed and everything.
Wow, that is an impressive gift. Lance is right. Did you cry? You cried. I know.
Well,
no,
but they hang in our house.
Of course you cried.
Yeah. But the nursery where both my kids were born, but I don't know about the school. I don't know if I'll go back there or not.
I'm kind of with Lance. If you've never gone back before, I don't know if you care. But
I assume they're going to tear down the old high school football field. I sort of would like to go back there, Larry Simmons Field. I think I'd like to go back and see that.
Sachs did something. I can't remember what it was, but Sachs was tearing some stuff down, and they were giving out the bricks. I think it was one of the old buildings where it was old when I was at school there.
Yeah.
And my mom asked me, do you want to go by and get a brick? And I was like, yeah, no, not really.
Yeah, that brick.
I don't know what I'm going to do with that.
The dumbest momentum I ever kept was It was from the 1993 Sugar Bowl game, the 92 season.
Okay.
Alabama won, and this is going to shock you. I got a little intoxicated afterwards.
In New Orleans?
Yeah, in New Orleans on Bourbon Street. And
as you throw up?
I did the next day, yes.
Of
But, after everybody's celebrating, but when Bourbon Street closes, the police officers come down with the horses and sort of push everybody off the streets, right? Well, in the process, we got on one of those side streets where they had barricades, those big barricades, and one was loose in the concrete. So we shook it, and got it up out of the concrete. And there goes the three of us carrying it down, and we threw it in NBC 13. I threw it in the back of their van, right?
This is a Brown story. I remember this.
Yeah. So we threw it into no, Brown wasn't with us.
No, but I remember.
Well, we threw it in there, and then the next day we went out there, and this is when I started throwing up because the top of that was off, and people had been putting God knows what down in that too for years and
Lord
years.
knows what that smelled like.
It smelled like.
They probably pissing in it too.
Probably so. Yeah. It was, and you could not get it out. You could not get that smell out. It was horrible. So
have you ever
But I had the concrete brick for a long time off of Bourbon Street, and I kept it at work. And then eventually I said, why do I have this block of nothing?
I remember being at New Orleans for the SEC basketball tournament. I'm not going to remember what year, but it was the SEC basketball tournament in New Orleans. And it was just beautiful spring weather. So I got up on the Saturday morning and went for a run because the games aren't starting till later. And for some reason, I chose to. What do you?
You like him scoffing at your run?
No. He knows what's coming. Yeah. For some reason, I turned down Bourbon Street and ran like a block on Bourbon Street, buddy. The smell of Bourbon Street on a morning after a deep night is. I can't express to you how bad that smell is. Just turning on the street, it knocks you over.
We were leaving for a cruise, and I had my then, I think, 11-year-old daughter. So we were walking to get the beignets at the famous place. And every now and then we'd come to this big puddle of
Café Du Monde.
Yeah, Café Du Monde.
This big puddle of
overrated, by the way.
Pink or puddle. Yuck.
Well,
and she's like, "Ooh, Dad, what's that?" And I was like, "Oh, that's vomit."
Yeah, you wanted the over/under on how many people throw up on a crowded night.
I have no idea, but when
a lot.
Yeah, when I ran through there, everybody was out. They were spraying off the sidewalk and all that. So it's just I cannot express to you how bad that smell. I had to get off there so quick.
Young age, I'm teaching Harper to avoid the wet spots as we walk to get the beignets.
That's
there.
awful.
All right, let's talk a little NFL football here. This hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. JohnsonRVCenter.com. Tell us about the great locations, Brownie.
I will. Right now at that I-65 exit 304 location, you can see the Coachman Freedom Express line at the Coleman store. I-65 exit 304, where right now that Freedom Express 192 RBS can be yours for just $249 a month with approved credit. Lifetime warranties from RV Warranty Forever at both stores on all new models and used models under 2 years old. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. That is JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Joe Burrow on the matchup with the Chiefs. It's Bengals and Chiefs one more time for the AFC Championship game.
We've been in these spots. We have the experience. We know what team we're playing. The team that's been to this game the last 5 seasons, and they've all been in that stadium. So, to me, they're still the team to beat. And we're coming for them, but we know it's going to be tough. We know it's going to be hard fought, and we know the kind of players that they have on that side. We played them twice the last 2 seasons, and really basically a month apart each time. So, we know them, they know us. It's going to be a fun one.
So as our Pepsi countdown to kickoff for the championship weekends gets started, how much of that plays into it for you as you start to look at this game, LT, is that these two teams are now so familiar with each other?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would say is the Bengals have a lot of confidence, not only to win in Arrowhead, they obviously can win on the road. These previous matchups I don't think have anything to do with this. So,
but there is, when you play somebody with the same personnel enough in a short period of time, what is this, 4th time in 364 days, there is some familiarity. Can you change up what you do, or do you keep doing what you – is there an advantage in this at all for any side, in your opinion, or no? You seem like that doesn't bother you.
It seems like teams have tougher times with division rivals. I mean, look at Cincinnati. They really struggled in the wild card round against Baltimore.
So this will be sort of like a division game. They played each other so much, right?
Yeah, again, to me, everything hinges on the health of Patrick Mahomes. Now, he's acting like it's not a big deal. A high ankle sprain. We saw how he had limited mobility this past weekend on Saturday against Jacksonville. I think it comes down to his health.
Dunaway was saying earlier, we were watching video on ESPN down here of him walking through practice. Dunaway was like, I guarantee he went to treatment right after the camera.
As soon as the cameras left, I bet he didn't practice at all.
But I'll tell you, it's tough to – I don't know if you guys have ever had that high ankle sprain. It's why I gave up playing adult basketball. I'm not getting another sprain. Next thing I know, I'll trip over the curb and sprain it. But that is one of the worst things, and you can try your best to walk normal, but it's almost impossible to do. So I think he's doing a pretty good job acting if he is acting.
The NFC side, 49ers and Eagles. Jalen Hurts, we found out last night, is in the conversation for being the MVP. Mahomes likely is going to win the MVP?
If Hurts didn't miss those 2 games, I think Hurts would have been your MVP. It's such a great story, but I think because of that, because of the abbreviated season, I think Mahomes will be your guy.
But obviously...
But they never get it right. Cooper Kupp should have been the MVP last year.
But obviously, Justin Jefferson's another receiver that's in the mix. And
wouldn't have a problem with that, but, Minnesota's nowhere to be found right now.
That's right. But likely going to be Mahomes. Jalen Hurts is in the MVP conversation. So the other quarterback, Brock Purdy, is getting all the discussion in our Pepsi Countdown to Kickoff. Here's Deebo Samuels on what Brock Purdy has done the right way since becoming the quarterback of the 49ers.
He just have this attitude and this competitive edge of himself. Is like he don't care if he mess up. If he do it, he's gonna do it full speed, and then we'll talk about it at the end of the day. But just how I've seen him grow throughout the whole year, from getting 0 snaps to being a starter of this team, and with the guys that we have around him, like from our guy, Trent, being the leader that he are, and everybody else just honing around him, just giving him confidence to be who we need him to be.
That's one of my favorite NFL players right there, Deebo Samuels.
I love him.
Yeah, he's so good at so many things, right?
He
really
can
is.
do any and everything, and just one of the toughest players in the NFL. And this is one of the reasons Brock is having a lot of success is you have got A-plus guys at every skill position. We're looking at Christian McCaffrey right now on ESPN. Deebo, George Kittle.
Yep.
I mean, this San Francisco team is stacked. And I heard this morning, and this is something we talked about, if they're able to close the deal, why would you not, if you're John Lynch, build around Brock Purdy and just continue? You've got money. You don't have to spend any on the quarterback. They're going to be in a great situation if he can close this thing out.
I can't remember who brought it up, whether it was you or Brownie pre-show, but Micah Parsons' tweet yesterday pointing out that 3 of these 4 quarterbacks, everybody but Mahomes, is still on their rookie contract.
I couldn't believe that. Yeah, the 3 out of the 4 are rookie contract quarterbacks.
By the way, that was a major shot at Dak. I mean, it's like the Cowboys. Dak is a piñata dangling down.
But Micah has come back and said, Micah's come back and said it was not about Dak.
But do you really believe that? I mean, when you point that out, it's got to be in your thinking. Michael Parsons, the best player on Dallas's roster, to say, hey, look, these other teams are getting it done with an inexpensive, basically, quarterback.
Yeah,
and we're paying Dak a ton of money, and he's not winning us games. He cost us the game on Sunday.
If the 49ers win this, it'll be interesting to see if it ends up being sort of like Moneyball was for a moment in baseball, because a lot of teams have won championships or at least made it to the World Series in baseball by being quote unquote small market or building with a lot of different parts and not big salary rosters. It'll be interesting to see if the 49ers sort of set the tone here.
Yeah, I would worry about the history of the guy that comes on as a third team out of nowhere guy, has early success. Gardner Minshew did this same thing.
Well,
not to this level because he wasn't on as good a team.
Bigger sample size. We're talking about 9 games now.
I know.
Yet to lose, and in 9 games he's only thrown 4 picks. When you have that defense and you're not turning the football over, you're just not going to lose. And I think it's so interesting that people are saying this Philadelphia, and I think Dan Orlovsky was on the show earlier this week, said this Philadelphia offense is almost impossible to defend. Well, they ain't seen this San Francisco defense.
Yeah, and Orlovsky was right. I love their 2 linebackers in San Francisco as well. They're 2 good ones right there. And it'll be a fun weekend. LT even said it before the show. I cannot wait. I wish it was Sunday already for these two games. That's our Pepsi countdown to kick off NFC AFC Championship Sunday coming up this Sunday. If you want to hear our conversation with Dan Orlovsky, you can go find that on all of our platforms. He's with us every Tuesday throughout the Super Bowl. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. They bring you this hour of the show. Again, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew cooking up all the good stuff today right there at champyschicken.com. When we come back, LT has a couple of suggestions for our bracket punishment, and we've got trash. That's next right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit KingRealEstateSchool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 23rd kickoff. That's KingRealEstateSchool.com. King Real Estate School license number 154952.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services bring you this part of the show as well. Getting you ready for our bracket challenge in just a second. LT is about to jump in here and tell you about 10% off with our friends at Hemp Hill. Adam and Chad, who we just love so much. They are able to take care of your plumbing, your heating, and your cooling needs. And right now, they're giving you 10% off, aren't they?
Yeah, for the month of January, get 10% off any plumbing or HVAC service. Call our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Just tell them the next round sent you. Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. They want to make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
All right. So we coming up in March, we're going to have something special working with our friends at Redmont, but also we'll be doing our bracket challenge like we always do. You guys will have a chance to participate. We also will take some of your suggestions on punishments and stuff, but LT is going to start the ball rolling over the next 2 or 3 weeks as we figure out what the punishment will be. You said you had a couple of ideas.
Okay, so how about this? The WNBA All-Star Game is in July in Vegas.
Okay.
We got to get credentialed. You got to go out there. You got to actually go to the press conferences. Got to interview players.
I like the idea. I don't know if we could get credentialed. I know that sounds stupid, but I don't know. Maybe we could.
But here's the catch.
Uh-huh.
While you're doing it, you got to wear a variety of T-shirts. Like one, it's not basketball if you don't use your left hand. Another one, iron my shirt. Another one, Susan B. Anthony made my great-grandfather sandwiches. Just for how awkward it would be and to see the response.
Yeah, I don't think we'd have credentials long if we got credentials.
Yes,
Well, I don't think we're ever going to need credentials again. But
you better wear the Susan B. Anthony one on day 3.
So that's a thought. Another thought is you actually have to move to another city for a week and change your address and get a job at a chain restaurant and actually work there at least 3 days. So what we would do is we get one of these spy companies, the people that cheat on their spouses and other stuff, where you have the little lapel camera. And so you go for the job interview, and then you would actually work for them for a couple of days.
I'm a little more interested in they cheat on their spouses with the camera. What are you talking about?
No, there's spy companies. Come on, Tyler. You know just
he knows
enough
a
to be
little bit
dangerous.
about everything. Yes.
I don't know what I guess they'd be spy cameras, but there used to be a TV show, I'm pretty sure, that would follow people around and catch them cheating.
There's surveillance stores that you can go to get stuff, whether it's an insurance company trying to catch a guy that actually is collecting workers' comp. He's got a bad back and he's out there chopping wood.
Okay.
I'm saying there are these little cameras that we could get. So we could partner up with somebody like that to actually I just think it would be interesting if one of us was working for TGI Fridays in Chicago for a week.
That sounds awful. I just don't know how you would turn that around that quick, but maybe we could pull that off.
No, people are desperate in the restaurant industry to hire people right now.
So let's really screw them and hire them.
It would be weird
3 days and quit.
Because it would be like
Jim,
us.
that was a great man. I'm so glad we found you, Jim. You really are. You're manager material. Well, I hate to tell you this, but you've been caught. Here's my camera.
Me and Susan, we were about to shut this joint down forever until you showed up.
Yeah, you sold more of the specials than anybody.
And it would suck, but at the same time, they get a lot of pub out of it.
In Birmingham, their
brand's getting publicity. Those are just ideas on the fly.
William wants the Waffle House thing. That's been done to death. The 24 hours in the Waffle House.
Oh, Pritchlaw wants to work for a septic tank pumper for a week.
Negatron.
And my guy Kel has got his own company, but boy, I've seen him work, and I've seen him after the fact.
Smell. Woo. AJM, a flight to Mexico City and bus ride back to Birmingham.
No.
Negative.
Might not come back.
Yeah. Don't want my head on a spigot anywhere.
Negative. A spigot.
Yeah. You know.
I like Charles's idea there.
We're ready for trash now. Hit the big button. Tyler, here we go, man. Trash on the table. Hit it, man.
Congratulations, The Cure Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees 2019. Are you as excited as I am?
By the sounds of it, no.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Rich Law, I would rather take the bus back from Mexico City. With the rates trending upward, save yourself some money, stress, and time by buying your home with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. If rates rise during your lock-in period, your interest rate will not be affected. Plus, you'll know your home buying budget ahead of time. Pre-approve your budget. Maintain that 90-day interest rate lock-in period today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200 if you're in Birmingham. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Our friend Heath sent us this one. Kind of a sad story.
Oh, no. Oh, like sad stories in trash.
Man in Kansas died after he was shot and killed by his dog in a hunting-related accident.
I mean, that is unfortunate, but sometimes the hunter
I don't know
gets
how
the gun.
these things happen.
Oh, either.
Now, the shooting was reported 9:40 a.m. Saturday. Now, according to authorities, they said the man was sitting in the front passenger seat of a pickup truck while hunting gear and a rifle were on the back seat along with the dog. The sheriff's office said, quote, a canine belonging to the owner of the pickup stepped on the rifle, causing the weapon to discharge. Fire round struck the passenger, who died of his injuries on the scene. This is a 1 in a million, right?
I would have to say so, yeah.
The fact that the dog shot him twice, though, would make me to think that the dog didn't really do the crime. I'm joking. It wasn't shot twice. But it'd be the great cover-up. They wipe down the gun. They put paw prints on the gun.
Leaving the dog's paws. He's just I didn't do it.
It wasn't me.
Framed.
Central Florida man took his frustrations out on an ATM the other day. Ended up in a little legal trouble. Now, Michael Scotty, 56, was arrested January 14th, a few hours after attacking the bank machine with a hammer, according to the police department. Authorities say Scotty visited the ATM at a Bank of America branch around 9 a.m. to make a financial transaction. When the card didn't spit back out for whatever reason, he became agitated. Now, according to a police report, employees inside of the bank having a meeting heard the customer yelling at the ATM, saw him rocking it back and forth, screaming at it. After the yelling and rocking yielded no results, Scotty returned to his truck, got a hammer, came back, pounded on the ATM several times, climbed back in his truck, drove off, damages estimated at $3,000. Police then paid a visit to Scotty's home. When he answered the door, he told them, quote, "You must be here because of the ATM."
Yeah, I know what I did.
Yeah. I would tell you that early on in the ATM world, back when it was William Teller or whatever it was, there was
guy with the apple on his head?
There was a malfunction at one of my banking machines one time, and it did keep my card. And then it came up a malfunction, whatever the sign was on the screen, and I had to go inside, but it was closed, so it was at night. So I had to go back the next day and said, hey, the machine ate my card. And it was a pain because you had to get a new card and all that. I would not have hit it with a hammer. I don't see that happening so much anymore now.
Yeah, see, I don't get it. Like, you guys have seen me have meltdowns. It's been a long time. I've really worked on this. But like yesterday, I was in a hurry. I had a lot of different things to do. I had a dinner last night. I had trivia, but I wanted to get my car washed really bad. So I go through the car wash, and when I come out, there's soap all over the car.
Oh, so it didn't rinse properly.
So then I got to circle back around, get in line, and go back through. And I didn't say a word. I was just like,
that's nice of you.
Did you tell him, hey, it still has soap in my car, I need to go through again?
Well, I didn't even need to say it. I mean, I was like,
it's just covered in soap.
Yeah, this is where we are. And he's like, come on back through.
I haven't used an ATM. I, honest to goodness, can't remember the last time I've used one. But last time I did use one, you can do the chip now. You don't even have to put it in. So I would suggest that to our gentleman there.
So Charles Barkley has never used an ATM. I really don't think I've used one in 20 years.
It's been, I mean,
you really don't have a need for one.
It hasn't been this calendar year, but it's been within
an ATM?
a year. Yeah.
No, I pay off like most of my golfing. I have to swing by if I'm going to play golf because we
but so many
pay
people
out
now
cash
have,
at the end.
They have Venmo. You can just say, shoot me over Venmo. I'm just saying that, and there's a lot of places that don't even take cash anymore.
Yeah.
The mother.
You need to. I keep a bag of cash in my golf bag. And that way you just always change out. And
I'm not as wealthy.
Yeah, LT Gray's right.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you are buying weed, your guy's probably not going to let you Venmo that.
He's straight cash?
Yeah.
I don't have my wallet with me, but I think I have usually about $20 in my wallet right now just to pay off the rare time I lose on the golf course these days.
The mother of a high school student in the region of Arlington has been arrested for allegedly sneaking into the school dressed as a student. Do you guys want to guess why?
How old is he?
No, so it's a mother. Let me see if I can tell you.
Spying on the son.
She's 33 years old.
Uh-huh.
She dressed up as a high school student where she could sneak in for what?
To spy on the son.
To deliver weed.
So she could watch her daughter fight another student.
Are you kidding me?
It's good parenting.
Hit her.
Now, the incident took place at the Dutchess County at Arlington High School around 7:30 a.m. Tuesday, January 17th. Immediately following the altercation, it was discovered that the mother of one of the students involved in the fight was in the building without authorization. Investigation by the sheriff's office and the school district resulted in the arrest of Valerie Alberta, age 33. Well, that's kind of sad, isn't it?
It is.
I just don't get it. I really don't get why you want to watch a kid fight, especially your kid.
Well, I mean, I think she's got some maturity problems herself,
probably
right?
so.
Senator Dwayne St. Nichols is
St. Nick.
He's San Nichols, my bad. Is working on a bill that, if enacted into law,
I mean, look at him though,
would allow caning or whipping one's buttocks with a piece of wood as an additional punishment for violent crimes such as rape, murder, and armed robbery. And I think we're just wasting our time. Rape and murder, you should just get a bullet in the head. Armed robbery,
I
if you
feel
want
guilty.
If you want to cane them, that's okay, I guess.
Well, I mean, it works in some countries. It's a
And I'll get to it. It is a deterrent. Now,
it's a deterrent.
Now, here's the problem: the caning will be done in private. The other countries that do it,
they do it in public so everybody can see it. Yeah.
The practice is done in public. So some countries where caning or flogging is widely used as corporal punishment: Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Zimbabwe.
What's their crime rate like? Do you have those numbers?
I don't, but I bet it's not as bad.
It's pretty low.
Yeah.
You see somebody get caned for robbing something out of a store, you're probably less likely to do it.
You guys remember that teenager that did some kind of graffiti? And he got caned, and it was a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
And they tried to extradite him, and the United States tried to get involved. And they said, "You're not going to cane our guy." And they're like, "Yeah, we're going to cane him."
Yeah, we are. He broke the law here in our country, not yours. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and cane him. It's a old school form of punishment, but it probably is effective.
You guys believe this? Despite recent massive layoffs at high-profile companies and fears of a global recession, about 61% of American workers are thinking about quitting in 2023.
So 61% of American workers are thinking about quitting right now?
Yeah. This is per LinkedIn, which conducted the survey back in December. They polled over 2,000 workers right here in the U.S. Not surprisingly, younger workers are most likely to hand in their notices.
Well, I think we live in a society where we all think, or majority of people think they are one, lottery ticket away from never working again. Or maybe if my TikTok followers get up to a certain number, I don't have to work anymore, or I don't have to do this anymore. So I can see where that's always a daydreaming thing for a lot of people.
Yeah, I would think the Gen Z, I think every one of them has at least a thread of hope of something like that happening. Now, 72% of the Gen Z are thinking about quitting, 66% of millennials considering a move. LinkedIn told Insider, in contrast, 55% of the Gen X, 30% of the baby boomers are thinking about putting in their papers. Survey also found an overwhelming 95% of professionals feel confident about their career prospects in 2023.
Seems like the workforce is a little negative right now.
Yeah, but it's you guys know this to be true. Usually your best opportunity for the biggest raises in your life are either when you're threatening to leave or when you actually leave and change jobs. I mean, that is proven fact that you never get a very big raise, rarely I should say, where you are. You have to leave and go somewhere else, or you have to act like you're about to leave to go somewhere else, and they're like, wait, we can't lose you. We'll give you what you're wanting. I mean, so
you better be sure they don't want to lose you.
And you better have an opportunity on the other side.
What would you guys say percentage of people that like their job?
Oh, I would.
Very low.
I would say, yeah. I mean, 75% don't.
I've always assumed we are in a very small minority of people that look forward to going to work every day.
I would say it's over 90%. We could do a poll question. Taylor can put that up. Do you like your job?
Do you like your job? Yes or no? Pretty simple.
I'd love to see that. Yeah. Because I think we all like our jobs.
Oh, I love my job. I've never once dreaded coming here to do this. Never once. But I realize I'm an extremely small minority.
I know Dunaway's answer, but if I give you $10 million and you can never come to this building again.
Yeah, I'd take that. Yeah.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah.
I'd
I wouldn't.
But that's not a sign that I don't like this job.
No, right.
That's just a sign that I like spending somebody else's money.
But I would, I've got $10 million, but Forrester didn't get any of that. So I care about Forrester, so I'd still come to work. I care about Lunsford, so I'd still come to work.
Somebody else sit in your chair.
Yeah, I would want to keep doing my job to help out the other 9 families.
No, I'm saying we wouldn't leave them. Like if I took my $10 million, you guys would still do this.
That's right. Yeah. But we still wouldn't be as good without you.
Debatable. We might get somebody that's better.
Mm-hmm. I sort of like what we have.
But you wouldn't blame me for taking my $10 million.
I wouldn't blame you, but don't blame me for coming to work.
LT.
Don't blame me for coming to work. You always try to make me feel stupid that I would still show up for work.
I don't. I just say that, that to each their own if you want to do that.
Yeah.
But don't say it's because you're taking care of other people.
No, I would want to. I mean, I got $10 million, but I'd still want to come here and do this because, A, I like it. It's not fake like. I like it.
I like it too.
Yeah. I mean, now more
than... He pointed to you, by the way, on the fake like.
I did. It wasn't a point. It was a hand gesture. I don't fake like it. I do come to work.
Well, why are you hand gesturing towards me? I don't fake like it.
Yeah, because I was looking at him and bringing you into the conversation too.
I'm not faking. But did you not feel a certain obligation? I was definitely now because we own the company. But even when we were working at Cumulus, We were their highest grossing show. I mean, we made more money for them than anybody, and I felt a heavy obligation for that, didn't you?
100%.
There were a lot of people that were up there.
We left, so I don't know how much of an obligation.
Well, I mean,
we felt up to a certain point.
Yeah, I wanted to start making that money for me. But, I mean, there were a lot of people that were depending on us being successful to get a paycheck, you know? Did you never think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I did think about that.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I did. But I guess we didn't think hard enough.
Why?
No, we did.
We did.
Just eventually,
yeah,
they made it harder to do that.
I just wanted to get the paycheck in my account.
Again, we haven't told the story, and we're
We will
going
this
to tell
summer.
the story this summer.
This
yes.
summer,
And
yes,
somebody
we're doing
yesterday
it.
in the Vulcan Tire
I know.
Automotive Chat, they wanted to know when the season ends.
This summer.
Yeah, it'll actually end, let's call it into March Madness.
Into March Madness, we're going to start working on it. We'll have it out this
That's
summer.
when Rockstar's Lounge returns, is the Friday after the championship Monday.
Finally, some creepy superstitions around the world to close out trash here. In many cultures, spiders are considered messengers. Their appearance means that something's about to happen. So basically, if you kill a spider, it means you're getting rid of a creature that came to your house to give you a message.
Well, I'll tell you what's about to happen. It's about to get crushed in my house, yeah.
I've never seen a spider that I just let go. You guys?
Nope. I kill them all. Let God sort them out.
In Portugal, walking backwards is a huge superstition. It's essentially a way to tell the devil about your location and where you're headed.
That's bizarre.
Agree. There's a Korean superstition that eating unshapely food while pregnant means your child will be born ugly.
What is unshapely food?
I guess I'd eat apples and toast all the time.
Yeah.
What is unshapely? Banana's unshapely, right?
That's a lot of sugar, but I like them.
Sloppy Joe's unshapely.
Oh, I like Sloppy Joe.
When's the last time you had one?
I don't like Sloppy Joe's.
It's probably back in high school, but I make that thing that's kind of like Sloppy Joe.
Yeah.
I don't. But a lot of people would call it a Sloppy Joe.
There is in ancient Britain, women carried acorns around with them to stay young. The oak tree was believed to provide longevity and ward off illness due to its long life. And finally, in English folklore, it's common superstition that if you suddenly experience stabbing pains, you guys ever get stabbing pains?
I've had a couple.
You know what it is? It's woodland elves that are shooting invisible arrows at you.
Oh, wow. They occasionally get me right back here.
Invisible arrows.
Yep,
It's hard to pull one of those out.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, again, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. If rates rise during the lock-in period, your interest rate will not be affected. Plus, you'll know your home buying budget ahead of time. Pre-approve your budget. Maintain that 90-day interest rate lock-in period today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
We'll hear from Buzz Williams in just a second after that big upset win over Auburn. Cut number 6, Tyler, after Brownie tells us about our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
They're getting you stocked up for deer season at Nichols Outfitters in Pelham. Listen to this, 50% off all deer hunting accessories, deer calls, scents, and attractants. Now through the end of February, see what the team at Nichols has in store for you to make the most for your deer season. Hurry in. 50% off deer hunting accessories now through the end of February. Why did I say November? Now through the end of February, Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
Richard Hendrix earlier on the show talking about Alabama's close win over Mississippi State last night, 66-63. From our friends at Texas A&M Athletics, here's Buzz Williams about Texas A&M's big upset over number 15 Auburn last night, 79-63. Here's Buzz talking about that upset win.
I'm not trying to dampen what we just did. What we just did, in many respects, was historical. And there are people DMing us and texting us that are asking for tickets that we haven't heard from in forever. But if there were lessons to be learned from Kentucky's loss, that means there are lessons to be learned from Auburn's win. And we have to be able to learn that lesson, that there's lessons from good things and there's lessons from bad things. And there has to be that, what you said, Coach, like there's a level of fire and intensity in how we work, but there's also a level of maturity and poise within that work. And that's rare to ever get that within Team Bus One. But we're on our way to that, and I think that the poise and the intensity that we played with mentally, physically, and emotionally tonight was, you can argue, as good as it's been all year.
I've seen Nate Oates and Nick Saban together, and they interact very well together. Bruce Pearl seems like he interacts with whomever the Auburn coach is. He's so pro-Auburn. It is hard to imagine that guy and Jimbo Fisher interacting on campus together and doing anything, isn't it?
Yeah, and I like Buzz a lot. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
I like Buzz.
Yeah, I think he's a good coach. I think A&M, for whatever reason, is a hard basketball job. It shouldn't be as hard as it is. But again, I think he's got a pretty solid team. I know they're trying to figure this out. Bruce Pearl said he feels like they're one of the 4 best teams in the SEC right now. I guess he would consider Alabama, Tennessee his squad, and A&M.
Now, I didn't think they belonged in the NCAA tournament last
year.
Who,
A&M?
Texas A&M.
Last year.
Yeah, last year, because they had won some things early on, but they didn't have a really good resume, and then they lost a lot late.
And
right?
I think it felt like they were putting a lot on the run they went in the tournament. And as we have learned, the selection committee pays very little attention to the conference tournament in terms of getting you into the big dance.
Yeah, I thought they were getting in. They didn't. They used that as motivation in the NIT. I do think this squad will get in. The more I think about this, I think the SEC is going to get 5 teams in, maybe 6.
I got to look at the rest of A&M's schedule, though, Lance. Now, they're 36 in the Ken Pom.
Because what you're saying is you don't know how good A&M is, really.
I mean, I don't know how good most anybody is in the Southeastern Conference. I keep watching it thinking, I think they're good, but I don't know.
But until they won last night, which was a quality win, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how good they were until they won last night. Now I'm like, oh my God, you just went on the road and you beat Auburn in Auburn. That is saying something.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, you can think what you want, but if you're able to go into Neville and win that game, that's big. And that game was I mean, it was pretty much wire to wire. I mean, Auburn went on that they were up 10-2, but after that, it was all A&M.
Yeah, I agree. It was all A&M. And you want a weird statistic. I can't even say what I'm saying.
Statistical.
Yeah, but it's
anomaly.
Not even. That's what it is.
Wow.
Yeah, hit that again for me.
Statistical anomaly, Jim?
7-2 all time in Neville Arena is what Texas A&M is.
They're 10-4 against Auburn since they entered the SEC.
How about that? So
7-2 in that tough place to play. I mean, even before Bruce got there, it was a different place to play.
No, you're
it's
right.
A tough place.
No. From the day they opened it, the crowd has been a factor, even in bad Auburn teams. But with Pearl getting there, you had good team, good crowd. They still, Lance, have got to play 2 against Arkansas, home and home against Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
They've got the return game against Auburn. They host Tennessee. They're at Missouri. They host Alabama. Their last game of the regular season is hosting Alabama. That could be a very significant game to their tournament hopes.
So how many games they have left?
Well, Jim, they are, after last night, 6-1 in conference, so that's 7 games they've played. They got to play 18 of them.
Yeah. You didn't give me 18 games there.
Oh,
so
I didn't. No.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you want all 18.
No. But the other ones.
They've still got Vandy, Georgia, at LSU, game at Mississippi State, at Ole Miss. I mean, they got some games they ought to be able to win.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they'll have – I would just eyeballing this schedule and guessing, I would say A&M to me feels like a 13-5 type team.
13-5 gets you in.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're 6-1 right now. It's 4 more losses.
Yeah, I'm saying
until last night, I did not buy into this team. Now you have to put that in the conversation. 13-5 seems like way too much.
Well, I'll give you 5 I mean, if they lose to Alabama, if they lose to Tennessee, if they split with Arkansas, and let's say they lose the return game to Auburn, that just gives them wins over Vandy, the one Arkansas win, Vandy, Georgia, at Mississippi State, at Ole Miss, and then I'll give them a Missouri loss. That's not crazy. At LSU, that's not crazy wins. Yeah. I mean, those are all winnable games for a good team. So if they can't win those games, they don't deserve to be in the tournament.
Yeah, that's Texas A&M, and a big win for them last night. UAB in action this evening. Any Jelly Walker game time decision? Is that fair?
I would say that, yeah.
I'm going to say he doesn't play.
So you'd go again, he doesn't play tonight.
Just got. I mean, I just have a feeling that, Andy said we had him in the starting lineup until 10 minutes before. To me, that signals he was good to go, and if he was going to play, I think Andy would have said, we fully expect him to play tomorrow. He said, I don't know.
Yeah. Some basketball tonight. Some good ones out there, especially if you like Big Ten basketball. Purdue's at Michigan. Michigan's not great this year. Purdue's really good, number 1 in the country. Iowa at Michigan State, 6 o'clock FS1, really good contest there. But if you're looking for the best game of the night, UCLA, USC, 8 o'clock ESPN2, battle for LA. The Trojans are getting a couple of players back in this one. And UCLA obviously is really good. That's a fun game tonight, 8 o'clock on ESPN2 if you want to catch that. UCLA and USC tonight on the hardwood. In the final hour of the show coming up, we will get to 4 downs today that Rockstar usually does on Thursday. But LT has a 4 downs for us that he'll bring us coming up. And we'll talk more about the NFL playoffs coming up this weekend on Sunday with the NFC AFC championship weekend coming up. One former familiar name in college football has a new home. Do you remember when Asa Martin was at Auburn, the running back?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. He's still playing?
I thought Asa Martin went from Auburn to Jack State. Did he not?
I thought he, according to what I have here, it was Auburn to Miami to Memphis.
Okay.
And now 1 more year left. The one-time 4-star running back is going to be at Troy next year.
I mean, if you had told me Asa Martin had taken an assistant coach's job somewhere, I would have believed it more than he still got eligibility.
So
that seems like an eternity ago.
So a little older, you think?
Well, I mean, it just seems like forever ago he was even at Auburn. I mean, obviously I've lost track of time a little bit, but I am stunned Asa Martin still has got eligibility left.
A familiar name right there. All right, we're back in a moment. This is the next round being brought to you in part today by our friends at Gutter Cap. If you are looking for the way to secure your home, protect them, and never get on the ladder again, one more time, our friends at Gutter Cap will take care of you.
Yeah, he's got a great 2023 special for you, my man, Chris Stewart. Call him today, 205-823-2212. That's 205-823-2212. I got the gutters capped a couple of decades ago. Look, I never want to clean the gutters out. You don't want to do it. It's a dirty, dangerous job. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutter. It will keep debris out, eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. free. Again, 205-823-2212, or for more information, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
This hour of the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Way to Wellness. Your chance to get back in shape in 2023 could be just one click on the website away. The website's at planforme.com, planforme.com. You talk to anybody who's ever used Way to Wellness before, like me. Easiest way to get your life back in order when it comes to controlling your weight, but also blood pressure and cholesterol numbers. It's a life-saving treatment you can get with our friends at Way to Wellness. Leslie and her board-certified team can walk you through a variety of different ways to get your weight back where you want it in 2023. That pool, lake, and ocean season not too far away. Go to this website at planforme.com, planforme.com. Your first consultation's free. There's no contracts, and there's no sign-up fees. You cannot beat the ability there to check this out with no out-of-pocket money. It's a planforme.com, planforme.com. It takes you to the Way to Wellness website, your journey to healthy living. Okay, we've talked a lot about basketball. We're going to continue the conversation. But before we jump back into the serious stuff here, the one thing today that blew my mind is about Dean Blandino. Do you know who I'm speaking of?
Dean Blandino is the officiating consultant, or not consultant, but the analyst for Fox. He's the secondary guy behind Mike Pereira.
One-time NFL official.
That is right.
Obviously very good.
He always seems like he's a little confused coming in, though.
Like he didn't actually see the play. He's seen it in real time.
Like he just put down a sandwich.
Yeah.
Jason Jones has an interesting story in The Athletic. Do you know what Dean Blandino's profession was before he became an NFL official?
I'm going to say he was a private investigator.
No, that's not a bad guess.
I am going to say that he ran a marina.
Ran a marino. A good guess.
Hey, it's Dean Blandino's marina.
Dean's big.
You need
boat
dry
show.
storage or wet storage?
He was a stand-up comedian.
Bull crap.
Absolutely.
That dude's dry as dice. There's
Jason
no way.
Jones. He was a stand-up comedian.
I gotta find
now I know
something.
why he's doing what he's doing.
Male stripper
Male
says
stripper.
dripping over there. Dean Blandino.
Was he, I mean, like, was it a hobby? Did he make a living doing it?
No, I think that was his profession, was stand-up comedy. He was on the tour.
I mean, I respect the heck. It is one of the hardest. I mean, you've learned firsthand, Dunaway, how hard it is. Like, I just randomly on TikTok the other day stumbled into a hilarious Cat Williams bit. And the Cat Williams timing on it, and just, I don't know if y'all think Cat Williams is funny, but this bit he was doing was hysterical. And just his timing and delivery was so on point.
You know what? I have not heard one word from anybody that went to Chappelle and Rock last night.
God, I wanted to go to that show so bad, but
I didn't even know it was last night
me.
until you told me.
Yeah, you know, I was talking to Rocky about it last night before he left on his tour for Black Jacket.
Yeah.
And Will Haver was with us, and I said, if it would have been tonight, I would have gone.
I mean, right as you were saying that, Kevin had to be typing this because we're on a bit of a delay. But in the chat room, he said, I saw some of the funniest comedy ever last night. Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle show was great.
Two of my favorites, and they were right here in Birmingham, and I didn't get a chance to go see them because it just snuck up on me. I was going to get tickets to our friends at ATIX and couldn't get there.
Yeah, I thought about it. I talked to, what do you think 2 front rows cost? Because a buddy of mine went.
Caleb went. He said it was hilarious. It was well worth it, LT, Kevin said. So apparently it was good.
Like, Chappelle's my favorite, period.
Is he really?
Yeah, number one. He's really smart.
Yeah, I think he is. I don't know which one I'd rather see. I mean, I like both a lot.
I love Chris Rock as well.
So front row ticket?
Yeah, 2 front rows with fees and everything.
Okay, so now what was the venue?
It was
the
the
concert
BJCC
hall?
or Legacy.
It was in Legacy Arena. Wow.
Yeah.
No. In the big arena?
Yeah.
Lance.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
I'm positive. Yeah, I'm positive. Because I thought it was concert hall at first, too.
So 2 on the front row there, I'm going to say it was $2,500 each.
No, they're $1,100 each.
$1,100
$2,200.
each.
I mean, that's incredible. Were they were they filming it or anything? Was it for a TV special? That's a big arena,
I don't
man.
know. You know, they're touring together right now, but what Haver asked me last night, he was like, what do you think they're making a show? And I was like, I know about 15 years ago when Chris Rock was in town, I heard he got $30,000 for the one show. I think they're probably making $100 each.
One of the
Per
best
show.
One of the best comedy things that I ever saw was Chris Rock at the Stardome when he was just working out a bit, and you knew that going in. And like he had a stool and some note paper up there with him, and he would
He saw you perform, didn't
No,
he?
he would go through a bit, and then he would go back over there, and he'd say, you know, everybody knew what he was doing. That was part of the deal. You got to go in to watch him. He wanted to try his stuff in the live audience. He'd go over there and he'd make a couple of notes, and then he would continue on with his bit. I mean,
did you enjoy it though?
Oh, I loved it.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Well, I mean, do you think it was better seeing how the sausage was made? Maybe
I think at one point he goes, "I'm going to try that one again, and we'll try it a different way, and tell me if you liked it better." And he ran back and told it differently.
That's pretty cool.
And something. It was really fun watching him work through it, and hilarious, hilarious dude. So
yeah, well, Jason, me, and Nick Johnston from Johnston RV went last night. Sold out. Great show, start to finish. Absolute blast. 95% capacity. The floor seats were completely full, according to Caleb.
Wow.
How about that? Oh, Concert Hall had Hamilton last night. That's why it was.
Oh, it did, yeah.
Well, I bet traffic was a disaster.
That's where Greg from Pell City was going last night. He and his wife, dinner in Hamilton.
I bet parking was a mess downtown.
Did
I bet it was
Chappelle
$1
and
million
Rock
to park, too.
Did Chappelle and Rock do a kid-friendly show last night?
I'm going to say no. If you wanted kid-friendly, Hamilton was your choice.
I'm not even sure Hamilton's kid-friendly in some scenes. Speaking of Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing, our buddy Greg Nelson takes care of you with a free, no-cost roof inspection. Free, absolutely no strings attached, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. Get that roof inspected today. If you're an active reservist or veteran of our U.S. military, he's got some special offers for you, some of it free, involving your pipe jack boots, flashing, gutters, and a lot more. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned for over 20 years. Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg and his wife own the company. They run the company. All their crews are local crews here, and he'll take care of you. Remember that name when you have storm damage as well. Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg Nelson can be the first one on the scene. Secure your site in a way that the insurance companies will still honor your insurance policy and still pay out. 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Back to the NFL conversation, and this has been a big talking point on all the screens today. The Micah Parsons tweet, the Bills GM, both the GM said this about quarterbacks who are under rookie contracts, and then Micah Parsons, the big player, linebacker, young player for the Cowboys, tweeted about it and then had to circle back and say, I was not talking about our quarterback situation. We're seeing it with Brock Purdy. The Bengals are still in that situation with Joe Burrow, and of course, so too are the Eagles with Jalen Hurts. Rookie contract quarterbacks allow you money under the salary cap to put a lot of good parts around them.
Yeah, well, somebody called it the cheat code in the chat room. That's absolutely what it is.
Game hack.
It really is. And I think by year 2, if you've got a special quarterback, San Francisco's kind of fallen into their situation. But if you look at the last 10 Super Bowls, 6 of those Super Bowls at least had one quarterback under the rookie contract. 3 of the 4 participants this weekend have rookie contract quarterbacks. The only one that doesn't is Pat Mahomes.
So we'll get another rookie contract quarterback in the Super Bowl.
Yes, we will have one in the Super Bowl. And this is interesting. Like, I've got starting quarterbacks in the league and what they eat up percentage of the payroll.
Okay, I want to hear this because that was Micah Parsons. Everyone took him.
We'll start with that.
Yeah, but also, the owner, Mike Brown of the Bengals, said, we've got a lot of great parts around Joe Burrow. He's going to have to, if he wants to keep all those great parts around him, he's going to have sort of a franchise-friendly deal when he comes up here.
Because part of you would look at this and say, all right, they're all under rookie contracts, but Burrow's about to break the bank. Well, he plays in Cincinnati, so he's probably not actually going to break the bank.
Yeah, he may have to go somewhere else to break the bank.
If he wants to, or he can stay in Cincinnati and do what Mike Brown's talking about, take a little bit less but have good parts.
Now, these are actually 2023, so this is for the upcoming season.
Okay, how much of money will Dak Prescott eat up?
Dak is going to eat up $49 million of the 2023 cap. That's going to be 21% of the Cowboys.
So he's 21%.
Quarter of the payroll on Dak.
Yeah.
And he's not good enough for that.
But Micah Parsons still on the rookie contract.
Right.
When he's up, he will eat up, probably another 15%, right? 10%, whatever.
A lot. Pat Mahomes, $46 million, getting paid less than Dak, by the way. 21% as well.
I mean, that's money well spent, though, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. Josh Allen, $39.7 million. He'll eat up 18% of the cap for the Buffalo Bills.
I mean, they've still managed to put really good parts around him. He and Stephon Diggs may not see eye to eye, but Stephon Diggs was a great addition. Dawson Knox is the tight end. Lance is a great addition. They've been able to build on that defense, but they don't have a trophy to show for it.
Yeah, I mean, outside of Diggs and Allen, you don't have any big names in that offense. When you look at Isaiah McKenzie and Gabriel Davis and Devin Singletary.
Knox is a really good
he
tight
is,
end,
but I mean, still those aren't guys that are getting paid. I wish Lunsford was still a Titans fan. Ryan Tannehill next year is going to eat up $36.6 million of cap. For the Titans, that is going to be 16% of their cap.
Yeah, I mean, that is the worst money that has been spent so far in this.
Yeah.
Even Dak is better money spent than Ryan Tannehill, in my opinion.
Matt Ryan with the Indianapolis Colts. I don't even know if he'll start next year. He didn't start half the season.
I didn't think he was going to be part of the team.
$35 million, 15% of the cap.
Do a guy like Aaron Rodgers, who, by the way, who complains about the parts around him. How much does he eat up?
Is this in order? Because I would have thought you said Aaron Rodgers already.
Aaron Rodgers cap figure. So he's going to earn $59 million. His hit against cap's only $31 million because they got some deferred
bonus money and stuff like that.
14%.
14%. Okay.
Yeah, here's some interesting ones. Like Matt Stafford is only $20 million of the cap, 9% for the Rams. I mean, that's really a value when you think about a borderline elite quarterback.
That's right.
Some other ones to look at. I mean, Joe Burrow. If you're a Cincinnati fan, you're in really a great shape outside of being in the AFC. He's going to eat up $11 million of the cap, only 5% of their cap next year.
Like it while you can, though, because that will not last.
Trevor, you got to pay Jamar Chase. You got to pay the other guys here.
Yeah,
pretty
T.
soon.
Higgins is going to get paid like a one receiver.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon's going to get paid. Sam Hubbard's going to get paid. Hendrix is going to get paid. I mean, you got a lot of guys. I mean, it's like the Rams. You got to figure this out. But with Burrow, you've still got 2 more years. So Burrow, 5% of the cap. Trevor Lawrence, $10 million towards the cap, only 4%.
Another rookie deal. That one will get.
Your boy Tagovailoa, $9.5 million, only 4% of the Dolphins cap.
Another
Still
rookie deal.
contract.
And would be a complete steal if he could stay healthy.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Justin Herbert, only $8.4 million of the cap.
But that's got to change very soon, right?
Yeah, 4%. He's only 25 years old.
Herbert, Burrow, and Tua are all in the same draft, right? They all came in together.
Do Goff of the Lions. That's a good one. Griffin's asking for Goff of the Lions right now.
It's going to be heavy because, he signed that huge deal with the Rams. Goff is going to be $30.6 million of the cap, 13%.
Right.
I mean, the way they played this year, that's money well spent.
I think so. I think
their defense
anytime you can get a quarterback that is super elite under 20% of the cap, it's probably worth it.
So is Dak the worst in the league? I mean, who is the worst in the league? What percentage is the highest?
Deshaun Watson, believe it or not.
Is it really?
Deshaun Watson is going to – somebody's probably going to lose their job in Cleveland over this. He is going to count $54 million against the cap next year, and that is 22% of their entire cap.
I mean,
that's worse in the league.
That's worse in the league.
You got to win your division and go to the playoffs with that.
Hey, and the best in the league, I mean, these are some deals. Starting quarterback Kenny Pickett, $3.1 million, 1% of the cap. We get down to
Tampa doesn't even have a quarterback. I mean, we're quarterback less right now.
Brock Purdy's going to get that raise up to he's going to make a little bit more next year, but he's going to count $880,000 towards the cap. They consider that they rounded down 0%.
Yeah.
Hey, go back to Deshaun Watson real quick with that kind of money.
Brock Purdy's like me on this show. I pay to be here.
Where would you rank him quarterbacks in that division? Would you put him in front of
I put him
Lamar
in front of
Jackson?
Pickett.
Would you put him in front of Lamar Jackson's question? I know you wouldn't put him in front of Burrow. I mean, he's maybe the third quarterback in that division right now and getting paid that kind of money.
But see, that's the problem with the Ravens, too. They got to pay Lamar some more now.
Yeah,
if
let
they're
me see if Lamar is even part of this because he really doesn't have a deal on the table. So I don't think they've got him listed because they really don't know what that number is going to be.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot if he stays in Baltimore.
So let me ask you guys this. If you're Green Bay, you got a decision to make. Because Aaron Rodgers is going to make a lot of money next year.
Yeah, I got to trade him.
That number's $59 million. It's 14% of your entire cap. If you keep Jordan Love is only 2%.
Your problem with Aaron Rodgers, though, Lance, is you can't just cut him because that money's still there. That's dead money. I got to trade him.
Dead,
I got to trade him. Man. That's the problem.
But if let's just say, hypothetically, San Francisco doesn't get it done. Would it be worth San Francisco picking up a good part of that salary to bring him in for 1 year with all the parts
If I can keep all those parts, I'd do it.
Well, Aaron Rodgers being mostly tied right now to the New York Jets.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
They just hired an offensive coordinator.
Nathaniel Hackett, who was the failed head coach of the Denver Broncos. Hackett and Rodgers have a pass together, right?
I think that's right. I'd have to look at Nathaniel Hackett, but I thought they did.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they were in Green Bay.
Offense coordinator.
If not New York, the 4 other teams mentioned in The Athletic today for Aaron Rodgers, if he doesn't stay in Green Bay, Las Vegas, obviously, Miami, Tennessee, and Baltimore. Now, I'm telling you,
it's
1
funny.
or 2 years of him in Miami, you would love it.
Well, I mean, if you had him with Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill, that would be a potentially lethal combination. I do not deny that.
As a guy who has gone through this a couple of years with the Buccaneers, at first you may be like, I don't know if I want it. But for a couple of years, when they still had a good parts around him, it was fun having an elite quarterback.
Yeah, but Tom Brady's got some likability to him. I don't know if you guys remember this before Matt Stafford went over. I told you I don't want Aaron Rodgers. I'll keep Jared Goff. I'll keep being this mediocre franchise. I ain't pulling for Aaron Rodgers. That was just me, though.
Yeah, I'd pull for Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. I'd find a way, Lance.
Kevin says, do the Jets not remember the last time a Green Bay quarterback came from over to the Jets? Favre didn't exactly work out.
He was pretty good, though. I mean, the Jets, they made the playoffs
They
that
won
year.
the division in Minnesota with him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they went to the NFC
Championship game.
Championship
NFC Championship game, and they were a playoff team, I mean, with the Jets. Yeah, I mean, it's not like they've been dynamite without him.
You know, the thing
but
is,
the Vikings came after his stay with the Jets, right?
Yeah. So it was
Jets was 1 year, a few Polaroids, and it was off to the Vikings.
So if for whatever reason, so we had on who did we have yesterday talking NFL?
Orlovsky Tuesday.
No.
Oh, yesterday?
Yeah. Anyway, somebody brought up Tom Brady to the Dolphins.
Oh, it was Clay mentioned it the other day. Yeah.
And so now we're hearing potentially Aaron Rodgers. I mean,
do you get the feeling they're done with Tua?
It's kind of crazy.
Well, I mean, Lance, Tua is one of the most. I don't even know the word I'm looking for. I think we have seen enough of him with the weapons he's got in Miami right now that a healthy Tua can play top 5 quarterback in the NFL. You'd give me that, right?
With those weapons, yeah.
With those weapons. Yeah. But I just don't think there's anybody, Miami included, and probably the Tagovailoa family, that thinks he could ever be healthy for 16 games. So what do you do there?
I mean, it's almost a Greg Oden situation.
Yeah, I mean,
Greg Oden would have been a great big in the NBA.
Yeah.
Greg Oden couldn't stay healthy.
But what do you do when you've got a guy that you think could be a top 5 quarterback, but you also know he can't stay healthy? What do you do with that guy? I mean, it's pretty rare you have to make that decision.
Jay says, I love Rodgers. He's a jackass who says what he thinks better than people that hide their feelings.
I'd take him. I mean, if it's 2 years...
Kevin's right, man. My problem with Rodgers is the look. I need my star quarterback to wash his hair.
His hair could look filthy in Miami.
Kerry says a healthy Tua is a mythical being.
That it is, and that's the problem, is you've never seen it, so you don't know. I mean, if you had seen like 2 years of him play 16 games, 17 games, and then maybe he's hurt a couple of years, you're like, well, yeah, but I've seen it. But you've never even seen it. You've never once seen this guy go wire to wire, even at Alabama. You've never seen it.
Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a place for your son or daughter to go to school, Montevallo can be that place. All you have to do is go onto the website, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Find out why small class sizes, a beautiful campus, an awesome campus life, new buildings, and 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports could be the perfect home for your son or daughter. Check them out and schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. We're back in a second. We've got LT with 4 downs. We'll do that in our next segment. We'll bring in Little T in to get into the conversation as well on our 4 downs. That is next right here on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store. The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Back with you on the next round. We're 212 days away from week 0. We'll get back into college football and college basketball in the next couple of segments here. But every day on the show, we do 4 downs, and it's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. 4 great locations around town, a service that we use all the time. Not just tires, but bumper-to-bumper service, LT.
Yeah, anything you need bumper-to-bumper for you and your family, the wheel alignment, tires, brakes, and more they can handle. Again, locally owned and operated. Great guys, as you mentioned, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 locations, including the one in Pell City. Get in today for more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Yeah, you can only eat potatoes one way for the rest of your life.
This
What
is
do you
so
choose?
tough.
Okay, say that again for us.
You can only eat potatoes one way for the rest of your life.
Because I had these kind of the scallop potatoes last night. What are they called?
With ham?
Like, oh, you're like au gratin?
Yeah,
and they're good, aren't they?
They had half and half, and they had some jalapeno with them.
Yeah, but I eat French fried potatoes more than any other style of potatoes. So if I lost fries, I'd be losing potatoes the way I eat them most of the time.
Me too. I would go fried potatoes is the way I would go.
And think about no potato chips, though.
Yeah.
I don't eat a ton of potato chips. I really don't.
If I have a choice between potato chip or French fry, I'd choose
French fry. Yeah, I'm with you.
But what do you eat more frequently?
French fries.
Probably French fry.
More than chips?
Yeah.
A bag of chips?
Now, tortilla chips, do they fall into this category? Tortilla chips, that's not a potato.
No, it's not a potato.
Yeah.
That's corn.
Yeah,
it's actually a corn
so
chip.
I could live with tortilla chips for Mexican restaurants.
See, I love fries, but I'll probably only eat fries like once every 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, but fried potatoes. I mean, you could do the fried wedges,
I don't like the wedges,
the
though.
thin ones, the thick ones, the
The
bulky
wedges
ones.
remind me of cafeteria lunch.
I don't
at
like
high
potato
school.
wedges, Taylor. Too much potato.
Do you guys not like baked potatoes?
I
Yeah.
can't tell you the last baked potato I've eaten, Lance.
But when
I never eat 'em.
I go baked sweet potato.
Yeah, I like a sweet potato.
I don't go regular potato.
And I still get that, right? I can still eat a sweet potato.
Yeah, you got sweet potato. I love tater tots too, but I don't get them much. I
That's
guess
a
I'm
fried
with you.
potato.
Technically, that's a fried potato.
Yeah.
though.
No, I guess I would go with you guys.
Yeah, I do not eat. I can't tell you the last baked potato I've had. Can you think of the last
No,
baked
I
potato
mean, I go
you've had?
sweet potato instead of a baked whatever.
Do you do more if you do a baked potato? Is it one of these barbecue joints that's got all of it
If
on
I'm
it?
going to do it, that's what I would do, yeah.
What about you, little T?
French fries. Oh, well, I don't know. Chips are my diet, basically.
Your
That's
diet?
what I eat.
Yeah.
That's
all
what I
she eats
eat.
is like cinnamon rolls and chips.
What's your go-to chip?
What
You don't have to
flavor?
give name brand, but the flavor.
The baked cheddar glaze, I think. I don't know
I
the
had
name of
some
them, but they're the
baked-
orange
I
bag.
had some baked cheddar at 2 a.m.
Good.
And the roommate came in. She's like,
the most random stuff.
no,
at
and
2 in the
she's
morning.
like, "Are you on an edible tonight?" I'm like, "Really not. I just got up. I was hungry."
They're good.
Yeah.
They're good.
Maggie did that to me the other night. I was laughing in the corner, just sitting down, and she's like, "Are you on edible tonight?" Yeah.
And I was eating hummus too.
Oh wow.
Oh, I do love hummus. Yeah.
Second down.
Okay, if you were on the show Survivor, what is the one item that you would bring to the island?
I mean, cell phone would be no good because you don't have cell service, right?
So is that part of? I don't watch Survivor. Is
I
that part
only
of the
watched
show?
one season, so I wrote these. I don't know if it's still. I remember the first season you got to bring one like secondary item. Like I would take tweezers because I don't want to have. I don't want to have a unibrow.
Do you have to shave your unibrow?
I have to pluck it a little bit. Yeah,
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Out of all of the things that you could bring.
Well, I mean, what else am I going to
tweezers.
bring? A knife to kill another contestant? Am I
Well,
going to bring a shovel?
if you brought a big knife,
A lighter? I don't know.
What am I going to need a lighter?
Fire. Start the fire.
Start a
Don't they have to
fire.
rub sticks together to build a
Well,
fire?
hopefully somebody else will bring the lighter. I'm going to bring my tweezers. I'm going to take care of some rogue hairs.
Les has got a little vanity.
Would you
to
loan
him. I
your
don't-
tweezers to the other teammates?
Depends on what they look like.
Can you do that? Can you share?
I don't know.
I'm like you. I think I would go lighter if I have to scrub the sticks together.
Yeah.
Can you legally have hooch in prison, Taylor? I mean, if you can share your contraband.
That's right. I guess you can.
Chad's exactly right. Why not just go Swiss Army knife? You get a whole bunch of stuff.
That's right.
Yeah.
Tweezer, knife, toothpick.
No, that's a good call, but I wonder if you could have something like a knife. I wonder if like a weapon is.
Well, like, do I have to kill animals to cook them on that show?
I think so.
Oh,
I think
then a
people
big
eat,
knife's going to come in handy.
Worms and stuff.
Oh, I don't want worms.
No.
Yes.
Third
I
down.
don't think tweezers would help you at all.
I would like to bring Lunchables. All the Lunchables.
Lunchables.
Cooler full of food.
Unlimited Lunchables. If you had to give up a knife or ice forever, which would you choose?
A knife?
No, it's supposed to be a fork.
Oh.
Oh, is that ice?
Yeah. A knife or fork?
No, a fork or ice. So you can't use a fork anymore to eat, but you can't have ice in your drinks.
What about a spork?
A spork?
Sporks are tough to find outside of Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Like, I've never seen a metal spork. Have you guys?
I bet they make them.
No.
You
I
can
bet
find
they make
one.
them.
I don't think I've seen one.
Yeah, I bet they make them.
I would say I do not like drinking. There's not a drink I drink without ice. So I'm gonna have to say I'd have to give up the fork.
See, I love.
There's the metal spork.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've never
Look at it, Walmart.
I've never used one. I've never been at a place where they actually have the spork. The only spork I ever see is at Taco Bell when I get a Mexican pizza. So
I like ice though. I mean, I like ice in all my drinks. If I have a choice of drinking out of a cold can, or even if it's cold or hot, I like pouring it over ice. I like things over ice.
See, I think I'd keep my fork.
I'd get by without the fork
because
I could go spoon and knife.
Because I can easily drink water without it. Beer, of course, without it. Red wine, of course, without it. Bourbon neat.
I like my water over ice. I like my sodas over ice.
Yeah, I love ice.
Me too.
You ever used a spoon to cut a steak?
I haven't,
but I don't cut with a fork either. I get a knife.
Yeah, but you have to like keep it in place.
Oh, I can hold it down with a spoon.
You can manage.
Yeah,
I can go two knives.
Okay, but once you cut your
Yeah.
piece, you're gonna spoon it.
Well, yeah. And drink my
I'm
iced tea.
I'm a spooner from way back.
Yeah, I think I would go. I would give up the ice.
Nah, I can't give up ice.
Fourth down.
Okay, most awkward place or thing you have been seen by or doing by someone you know.
Yeah, I was really trying to think of this. I've never. So your purpose in this question, Lance, is like.
I'll give you an example.
Okay.
So years ago, my buddy, you guys know him. I mean, this is years ago. Was having a bachelor party, and so they wanted me to help out hiring the entertainment. So I went to this random strip club. And this one I was in college. It was called Lynn's Den. It was downtown. So I drove in from Tuscaloosa.
Classy. Yeah.
And it was like Tuesday or Wednesday at like 3 in the afternoon. And I see a dude that is older than me that is in there with a group of people, and I'm by myself.
Downtown? Was it downtown?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the middle of the afternoon, some guy's in there with a group. Yeah.
And he comes up and starts talking to me. What are you doing here? And I tried to explain the situation. It sounded like a fake explanation. But then the more I thought about it, well, he's at a strip club. I'm at a strip club. The difference was he's with a group. I'm by myself. But it was really an awkward situation for a minute.
Yeah. You were recruiting, basically.
I was recruiting, yeah.
So this story requires a little bit of an explanation. But this was super awkward. So Winfrey Hotel, River Chase Galleria, all right?
Okay.
You guys can all envision the lobby, right? And you know there's that parking deck underneath, and the elevator comes up to the lobby. Then you go to the room elevators, okay? So for my daughter's, I want to say it was her 16th birthday, but I'm not 100% certain here. My oldest daughter, she wanted like a shopping extravaganza. So my wife and my daughter stayed her birthday night in the River Chase Galleria in the Winfrey Hotel. Okay, so you follow me so far, right? They started in the Galleria and then they just went all over town shopping. I had to go from our show. Our show had done something that afternoon. I can't remember the whole story. But I had to go to TV for high school football. So I had to have a change of clothes, but I didn't want to go all the way back home because I think the game was at Hoover. It was on that part of town. So I was like, this is going to come in quite handy. They're staying in the hotel. I could just go up there and shower in their room and change clothes and go. So my wife left me a key so I could do that. So I'm not thinking anything of it. So I park at the parking deck. I come up with bag and clothes at the Winfrey Hotel. Turns out whoever Alabama was playing that weekend was staying at the Winfrey. So all the TV people were there to get the shot of that team showing up. And they're all looking at me as I walk in the Winfrey Hotel with a change of clothes like, what are you doing?
The girl went before me.
Hey, you dirty dog. And I'm like, oh, no. Let me explain this. I'm like, oh, yeah, sure, Brown.
It's almost at that point you got to make, Jennifer and Anna Kate come back down with you.
They weren't there. That was the problem. They left
So
me
you were
the
going
key.
in, and that looked suspicious going into the hotel?
Yeah.
With a
Don't you
change
think
of
with a
clothes.
change of clothes in a local hotel, you don't think that looks a little suspicious?
I would have posted that night on social media with them at the hotel or them at the hotel.
Greg, I mean, there's 1,000 of them rolling by about me. It could be Jim sleeping in a vehicle outside Bryant-Denny Stadium or over by Innisfree this year. Anytime I've ever thrown up in public, I mean, it's a scene. I don't throw up quietly. So whether it's Bourbon Street, down in Floribama, any of the city stages,
So you don't go
Fest, I'm a public thrower-upper.
You don't go find an
vomiter.
alley to throw up in?
Oh, I do, but I'm loud. I'm on my knees. I stay there forever. I mean, it's just I'm just a horrible person when it comes to throwing up. Parking deck at the Beau Rivage in Biloxi. Blame it on the hot dog I had on the golf course, but really it was the snake handlers that I had on the golf course. I mean, it's a scene. So anytime I've thrown up publicly.
Little T, you got anything?
I got one. It wasn't someone I know, but freshman year I was moving out of my dorm in Auburn. And I don't know why, but me and my sister, my parents weren't there yet. And they were like, try and get the stuff out that you can with Erin, my sister. And when we get there, hopefully we can just get the big stuff. So I had a mini fridge in my dorm room, and we're freshmen and everyone's moving out. So there are parents everywhere. So my sister and I are walking down the stairs, a narrow stairway with this mini fridge. Neither of us are very strong, so we're kind of struggling, and there's stuff in the fridge. So we had it tilted to where the door to the fridge was on top. We get into the parking lot where her car is. There are crowds of parents everywhere, and my fridge flips over, and it is probably 15 Michelob Ultras fall out. The dorms are on top of a hill, so they start rolling down the parking lot.
I like you repping the brand, though. You didn't empty out the fridge before you moved it?
No, because that's an extra trip. Then you got to bring the bag of stuff down and then go back up to
The
the
easy
fridge.
way to do that is put them all in a garbage bag, put that on somebody's shoulders, and then...
Yeah, we weren't thinking.
Yeah.
But there are parents everywhere. The beer's it's rolling. I'm like, do I go get it, or do we just keep walking? It was...
you have to go. You got to go. You got to rustle them back up. You got to go get the beer.
them.
Well, that happened to us in the freeze of 2014.
Snowmageddon, yeah. Lance is trying to cross Green Springs.
And I had on these boots that didn't have it. I mean, that was one of those days that really crept up on us.
So we're walking to somebody's house to stay the night, and Lance, of course, has procured beer. So he's got this case of Bud Light, and we're crossing Green Springs, and he spills it. And beers are going everywhere. And Lance is trying to round them up, and he's crawling under cars, and they're honking at him. And he's like, I just get the beer!
And the worst thing is we went straight to a Mexican joint, and I put the beer outside because nobody can drive at this point.
And then that's going to get the beer cold, too, right?
The beer's going to stay cold because then we're going to walk to my sister-in-law's who lived in Homewood right down the street from this little Mexican joint. After we eat, we go outside. Somebody stole my beer.
The beer's disappeared.
So you should have left them under the cars.
I should have, yeah.
I know how you feel.
I never forget Lance sliding everywhere on Green Springs trying to round that beer up, and these cars honking at it.
I still remember that night. We watched True Detective, first season, and we watched LSU Kentucky.
That's right. We had a warm place to sleep. That's all that mattered to me.
Yeah, I was at work at CBS 42,
That's right.
sleeping on the floor.
That's right, serving the community.
Sleeping on the floor. That is 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, 4 great locations, including that newest in Pell City. Get a look at the brake pads, wheels, tires, and more. They can do it for you and your family, bumper to bumper. Locally owned and operated. Great guys. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, more from Nate Oates and Bruce Pearl after last night's interesting basketball and a lot more college football when we come back right here on TNR.
Star on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
All right, back to basketball. And the Big 12 SEC Challenge coming up this weekend and what we saw last night. My bookie can get you into the games. When do we get those Saturday lines? Tomorrow for the SEC Big 12 Challenge, or is it Saturday morning?
You might be able to find some in some offshore books tomorrow. I doubt it. Maybe tomorrow night, like after midnight, is typically when you're going to get them.
Well, the first peek at those lines.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you what most numbers are going to be.
Oh, well, let's do that after you tell us about our friends at MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag, code next round. Lance is about to tell you some of the numbers. Dunaway's already told you. Just go straight Big 12 sheet.
No, not with the point spread. Those are just straight wins and losses, man.
Just play money lines. Money lines?
Yeah,
Straight
sure.
Big 12 money lines. Dunaway's your Big 12 money line winner of the year.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to get more wins than you get losses on Saturday, go Big 12 money line versus the SEC.
Big 12 money lines is what Dunaway says. MyBookie.ag is where you can do that.
If I'm wrong, you get the rest of my plays all season long for free.
MyBookie.ag, code next round. On a deposit of $50 or more, you get a cash bonus, and it's instantly in your account. And you only have to bet it one time to keep it. Now, a lot of places will say, oh, yeah, we'll give you a bonus. We'll put it right there in your account. And you're like, oh, okay, so I've got it. Well, you're going to have to bet 10 times or 8 times or 6 times. Hey, you don't have to worry about that with MyBookie.ag. No strings attached. You put it right there in your account. The minute you make that first bet, it is yours forever. MyBookie.ag, code next round to get that deposit bonus. MyBookie.ag, code next round. All the college basketball, NFL playoffs over the weekend, NBA, UFC fights. Dunaway, that is in my head. The moment you did that, it has never left my head. UFC fights and also weekly blackjack tournaments. All right there at MyBookie.ag, code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
Let's see how close I can get to some of these. Auburn, West Virginia. What do you think the line is? 11 a.m. ESPN on Saturday morning.
I think it's going to be West Virginia 1.5.
Oh, I went minus 2.5 West Virginia. Okay. So you say 1.5 on that one. And you said earlier you do not think Auburn wins that game, right?
I would lean West Virginia right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alabama and Oklahoma. What do you think that line is?
Alabama 6.5.
Ooh, Dunaway, you're way low. You got Alabama minus 2.5. And you think they may not win it?
I think it's going to be a tough game. I think it'll look a lot like last night. Iowa State at Missouri.
Iowa State at Missouri. I would list Iowa State a 2-point favorite.
2.5. Look at Jimmy D.
Getting better at this now.
Yes.
Texas Tech at LSU.
I love how you have to erase it.
LSU 3.5.
Oh, he's got it at Texas Tech.
Texas Tech favorite.
What do you see in Texas Tech? They are no good.
Chris Beard built a dynasty there.
Well, yeah, and Mark Adams is running into the ground.
TCU at Mississippi State.
That's in Starkville, right?
It is. TCU at Mississippi State. One thing you should know about me, 99% of the time, visiting team goes first for me.
TCU is going to be 5.5.
5.5. I didn't have time to write that down.
Well, what were you thinking?
TCU pretty heavy, I thought. Arkansas and Baylor. I mean, to me, Baylor would be
Baylor's home team.
Pretty heavy here. Not heavy, but
I would say Baylor is going to be 4.5 here.
4.5. I was thinking about 5.5. Texas at Tennessee. You guys would say Tennessee's a favorite. I would agree with you.
No, Tennessee's a favorite.
Yeah, they're the 1 seed on Lenardi's line right now, along with Alabama.
Yeah, I would go Tennessee is probably going to be 4.5.
4.5.
So far, Alabama's the biggest favorite of any of these in your mind.
Florida at Kansas State will change that, though. Kansas State.
Yeah, big time.
Kansas State is going to be a 8.5-point favorite.
Again, that's the one the SEC will look the worst in. I don't know. There'll be a blowout. SEC blowing out a Big 12 is just the way it's going to work. But that's the one the SEC will look worst in.
Kansas and Kentucky at Rupp Arena.
This one's really tough. It's going to be one way or the other. I'm going to list Kentucky as a 1-point favorite.
And I'll if you want to go site, we'll wait till the line comes out. But I feel like we'll do a stake bet on this game. I feel like you think Kentucky will win this game. Don't you?
I don't necessarily.
You don't? Okay.
Yeah, I think Kansas is a better team.
Well, I know where you.
I don't know. We'll see where the number comes out.
I mean, I'm Kansas no matter what the number is on this one. And boy, and if I'm getting points, Vegas. Laugh at them on that one. If they give me points in Kansas.
Kansas is catching points.
Oh, my
MyBookie.ag code next round for you.
As much as they will let you bet there.
Yes. You get that deposit.
Again,
bet it right away.
I think Kansas is the better team, but Kentucky's won 4 straight. They're 11-1 at Rupp.
And Rupp Arena matters.
I mean, Kentucky's won 4 straight, and Kansas has lost 3 straight. It's very hard to imagine how Kansas is going to win this game. What? One more. Ole Miss and Oklahoma State.
Oak State is going to be 6.5.
6.5. Let's see how you are when those lines do eventually come out. MyBookie, if you want to play those this weekend, mybookie.ag. Tyler, give me cut number 3, Nate Oates last night. You have to admit, Alabama is all of a sudden, this week it changed a little bit. They became a point of conversation nationally about should they be number 1. All of a sudden they were getting 23 first-place votes. Purdue got 39. Lenardi has them on the 1 line. Lenardi was debating, could they be the national number 1 overall seed? Could Alabama, do they have what it takes to win the national championship? No longer is it how deep can Alabama go? Now it's like, can Alabama win the national championship? Here's Nate Oates talking about how the team is handling all of a sudden having that target on its back.
Everybody in the conference wants to knock you guys off. How do you think your team is handling the growing target on its back?
Based on tonight, it didn't look good. It was the worst game we'd played in a while, so I personally thought we'd been handling it pretty well coming up till tonight. So, we've also had a lot on our plates the last week and a half. I don't think this is a group that's going to let too much of that get to their head. To me, listening to them talking to them one-on-one, I think they all understand there's plenty of room to get better, and we got to get better. This is, I don't know what the deal was tonight. Based on tonight's play, it looks like we're not handling it well, but I honestly don't think that's the case within the group. I think we'll bounce back. Hopefully we can learn off a win. A mature group can come in after a win and learn just as much as they can after a loss. So, we didn't play as well as we need to. Hopefully we learn the lessons we need to after a win and get a little bit better on Saturday.
Did you think the rotation looked the same for Alabama last night? Did you think some players got a little bit more playing time than usual last night? I mean, it felt like Pringle was in there more, and I guess maybe that was because of some fouls early on and stuff. But And I like what Pringle brings to the table, but it just felt like Dom Welch was in there maybe a little bit more last night. It did feel like Nate was starting to manage the long season by giving some increased minutes in some places.
Either that, or as Dom Welch, gets more and more ingrained into this lineup, as Namari Burnett gets more and more back into this lineup, he's got to figure out the rotations on that. I mean, those are two guys you did not have to factor for a couple of games, or more than a couple of games, them in the rotation. So, I mean, that's something Nate Oates, I think, has got to get a feel for.
Yeah, and, Welch is one of these guys that is going to be relied on as a perimeter shooter down the stretch. He is a guy that can come off the bench. He can hit big shots, and he hasn't gotten the minutes. He got 9 last night. Griffin getting 13. I don't know if that was a surprise.
I mean, Burnett got nothing, really. He got a minute.
Bediako went 13 last night, and Pringle was in there for 8.
Bediako had the foul.
Yeah,
that's right. He had
the
foul
foul.
trouble.
Yeah. Griffin was big. He played 13 minutes last night. He had a couple of key threes when he was in there a little bit. Quinterly's the one that played a lot more than I guess he usually does with 26 there, or it seemed like more last night.
Yeah, I mean, Tulo Smith was such a good player for them last night. And Bediako struggled on the inside and with the foul trouble had to play differently, so that is going to affect that. But you do see what Alabama looks like if they got a big that can go at Bediako a little bit and get him in foul trouble. I mean, that was a problem for Alabama.
Yeah, that does help when you've got other. I mean, it's not like the old days when you had 1-star or 2-star players. One of them gets in foul trouble. You feel like your season's washed at that point.
Yeah,
they were able to run different bodies out. Jaden Bradley, he didn't get in foul trouble last night. His minutes seemed to be down a little last night.
Yeah, he only had the 12 minutes.
12 minutes, no fouls.
Yeah. I mean, he's a guy that I thought had been playing really good basketball. But you're right. You got so many weapons there. You've got to start figuring out mixing those other guys back into the rotation. And Burnett's such a big part of the defense.
I need to go find the first half stats. I don't have them in front of me. But Bama did win the boards 36-33. It's something Bama has done so well this year is rebound. But it felt like they were getting worked on the boards in the first half. I would be surprised if State didn't have more rebounds at the half.
Yeah,
I'd have to go look at it.
They've only lost the battle of the boards once in the last 10 games.
Yeah, but that was pretty close last night.
Auburn now coming off their first home defeat since February of 2021. That's the last time they had lost a home game there at Neville Arena. Here's Bruce Pearl, cut number 5, Tyler, talking about just one of the downfalls in that loss last night, and I think something Bruce is looking to improve on not only this weekend against West Virginia, but especially when they get back into SEC play. That's with, of course, the play at the guard position.
They trapped the ball, trapped it out of Wendell's hands. We worked on it all week long, and we knew that what they would do, and we turned it over too many times and weren't able to get out of those traps and make out of space. So it was unfortunate that our guards weren't able to handle the double team and they then make more positive plays to get us better looks.
It is a critical stretch here for Auburn, and I know they just lost their second conference game, but when you look at a road trip to West Virginia where, Lance, you think they'll be a dog, hosting Georgia, who's already beaten you once. Now, you should beat Georgia, but they did beat you. Then you're at Tennessee, where they'll be
maybe a double-digit dog.
Significant dog. Yeah. Then you're at A&M, who just beat you pretty bad in your own joint.
You'll be a dog.
You you're hosting Alabama.
Alabama will probably be favored now.
You're hosting Missouri, who's just getting whole again.
Yeah,
they got Kobe Brown back. You should be favored, but that's far from a gimme. I mean, that's a tough stretch of basketball coming up for Auburn. That is a really tough stretch of basketball. And
do they play Tennessee twice or just once?
No, they've got a home and home against Tennessee. They play them. They finish, and here's how much more difficult does this finish look now? We've talked some about it before, but their last 3 games at Kentucky, who's playing much better basketball right now, at Alabama, who might be the best team in the nation. I think they are right now. And then hosting Tennessee, second to that home and home against Tennessee. That's a brutal finish for Auburn. The schedule really doesn't let up much. They do have at Vandy and Ole Miss back-to-back, which is a bit of a breather. But starting this Saturday, it is a tough stretch of basketball for the Auburn Tigers.
Sort of wish you were having Texas Tech come to your place instead of having to go to a place like West Virginia.
There's no doubt. No doubt you would much rather have that. I mean, they've got some losses coming up, which is why it was so important to get through this first stretch as much unscathed as they could. And that loss just feels different. I mean, that Georgia loss you could flush a little bit, but that loss last night at home, That's just one you probably thought you could put in the win column if you were Auburn.
Yeah. Get maybe a chance to get back in winning ways this week against West Virginia, and then definitely when Georgia comes to Neville to get back into SEC play. All right, we finish with a little NFL and college football coming up in our final segment of the show here. That's up next right here on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent. It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or 2 to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Final segment today brought to you by our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante is aged in European oak barrels, double filtered to remove the color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. I like mine over ice. Squeeze a couple of lime wedges into it. It is really nice. Brown now drinking his with pineapple
juice. Yeah, so good. The Tequila Sunrise.
Did you do you put salt on the rim?
I do not. That seems like a heck of a lot of effort.
Okay, and or the ranch water with a little Topo Chico. But
That's right.
Either way, Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, wherever you get your tequila. After the show, I'll be talking with Riley Norris. A little basketball. We'll have that on our platforms at some point today as well, so you can look forward to that. Always Bama and Bourbon is out there. New Mystery Fifth Hours dropping soon, or have they already dropped one of them?
One of them dropped, and then the other one drops Friday.
And the other one drops on Friday, so a couple of Mystery Fifth Hours rolling out for you as well. And remember to keep your alerts set so you'll get notified when new content drops here from our friends at Double Down Media and everything here on the Next Round. Before we get back into college football and the NFL, did you see the Uber Eats guy walk onto the field at Duquesne. Do you believe that was a hoax, planned, scripted, or not?
Had to be scripted.
Staged. I don't know how you – I mean, there's just no way. Like, I doubt Duquesne has, like, top-level security. But
if you're one of those, I mean, first of all, you probably know you're getting it delivered to an arena if you're taking the order. But once you're there, if you're the Uber Eats guy, there's no way you're actually seeking out somebody in the crowd, is there?
They're saying that he was wearing a mic, so it was a stunt.
100%.
Was it the school or some people just filming that? Forrester, what do we have?
I have no idea who's behind it, but the guy's wearing a mic, so it's 100% a stunt.
Forrester's on to him.
See, we got to start punishing people like that.
You want them caned?
No,
trash?
I'm an American. I think though the trespassing charges, so we got to start doing that. Or what's next? We're going to be interrupting big sporting events for people trying to get TikTok hits and stuff.
I think most big time sporting events, you never get on the floor right there. That's what I was saying about Duquesne is I doubt they've got top level security, but even that. It's almost impossible to get down on the floor in a game. Do you know how many security people you got to pass to do that?
You see how many times that you saw that video and then it's been on ESPN all morning long of him walking out there? It's a bad precedent to set.
Oh, it's a terrible precedent to set. I assumed from the get-go, the first time I saw the video, I can't remember who shared it on Twitter last night. First time I watched it, I was like, this is an Uber Eats promotion.
Well, I mean, it's always my first place to go is it's a stunt.
Yeah.
Like I don't even like showing these videos anymore or anything, but like the Cowboy fan who grabbed his TV and was walking outside, this TV is broken.
Totally staged.
And throwing it outside. Why would he even click on that?
Why would somebody film him doing that?
Yeah, like the Cowboy guy that punched his TV set. Did you see that? I mean, his TV screen. There's no way people are let's video the end of the game. I mean, well, yeah, I mean, come on. I mean, it's clearly staged. I assume Duquesne needs the money. Uber Eats wanted to deal with them, so they took a little under the table. All right, look, we're going to do this. You can't tell anybody because it's going to make us look bad. But here's the money from Uber Eats, 100%.
Oregon gets Tysheem Johnson, 2-year starter at Ole Miss, a safety. He leaves Ole Miss portal. He's at Oregon now. Dan Lanning bringing some SEC cast-off portal people out to Oregon to plug some holes on his team out there. And did you see Chuck Dunlap, our friend from the SEC, his tweet yesterday? It has been, and I went back and looked at this, week 12 of 2019, the college football playoff rankings, LSU was number 1. Then Ohio State ascended to number 1, but then LSU got it back in week 16, carried it into the playoffs, and won the national championship. Since LSU took back over in the college football playoff rankings by the committee, the one that matters the most, the SEC has been number 1 every week since week 16 of 2019 of every college football playoff ranking.
That is pretty remarkable.
Since then, with 4 different teams.
Wow.
LSU, then it was Alabama all of 2020, then it was Georgia, Alabama, Georgia in 2021, and this year, remember, Tennessee first. And then it was Georgia.
I had forgotten Tennessee was number 1.
I keep forgetting that.
Yeah.
And I wonder if in the past, what was it, Mississippi State was number 1?
Yeah. You just saw the tweet. He just had it up there. But Chuck pointing that out as a little SEC flex there from
that's
him.
a pretty big flex, I would say. Yeah.
So since the Week 16 ranking, LSU, it has been LSU, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, Georgia. The SEC has been the only number 1 ranked team in all the college football playoff rankings. Pretty amazing run there from the SEC. That's one of those things I think Chuck says, cleaning out some old stuff in the office, stumbled across this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We just have this flex laying around in the office.
Who knew?
Yeah. All right. We are back with you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.